8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Picking and cheering. She's your intern during the kickoff hour today. She's flying solo right now, but getting things ready to go and lined up as Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now for the main show. Until then, though, it's the Good Time Gang holding the fort down, ready to give you an hour on the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. It's a Charity Charge Monday, so we'll break that down, too. Discuss that. We have an Olympic update with our Olympic reporter, Chris Wood, and that'll be a little bit later in the show. A lot of action to recap when it comes to the Olympics. So a lot happening here at old rickandbubba.com. Don't forget our website, rickandbubba.com. That's Rick and, spell out and, A-N-D. And that'll let you know everything Rick and Bubba, from the store to upcoming events to what's happening, social links. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. Well, let's bring them in. Over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hello. Fired up.
Eddie Van Adler's got TV, and it is the Good Time Gang, and we thank you for being with us. Back again.
Quick. Happens quick.
It does, boy. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I realize we're in the last week of July.
Yeah.
Amazing.
The world. Merry Christmas is all I can say.
Yeah. And we really joked around. It's like, okay, we got to the 4th of July, and it was like, all right, it's Christmas time. And we joked around, but it really is. It really is.
I'll be battling that monster tree before I know.
Oh, I know. And Terry's already announced, I can't wait for the fall. And I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. Well, she's like, well, but I can't wait for Christmas. And I'm thinking, good night alive. We'll have that stuff out, after Halloween.
I would like some good fall weather, but you don't get that now until like January. Here.
Yeah. Hey, I wish it was humid where we live.
Woo-wee.
It's like somebody. Look, I'm not gonna. We've grown up in the South, so
all this rain we've had. Wow.
Humidity is nothing new to us. But here recently, we've had a run where it's like there's a humidity blanket
when
every
I have
time
to
I go
drive
outside.
in every morning, and I have to use windshield wipers, and it's not raining.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts.
There you go.
I got up Saturday morning. I was just piddling around. We were at my parents at the lake hanging out, and I thought I'm gonna get some stuff done that I need to do over the next really the next month, as far as boat and sea-doo and stuff like. Just kind of get it because we're about to go back to school. We're 2 weeks away from going back to school, and kids got a tennis tournament this weekend, so we may have one more shot at the lake before they start school. So I started trying to plan. I got it there about 10 o'clock. I thought, well, I'll get out here now before it gets hot. 30 minutes in, I thought I'd taken a shower.
Oh, yeah.
It was ridiculous.
You don't even have to be moving much.
And I thought I was choking half the time. It's just, goodness gracious.
So last night, we waited a little later, probably 6:45, 7. So, sun's down. Should be kind of pleasant.
No, it's not.
You go on a walk.
Terry said, hey, let's. I'm going on a walk. Let's go. Do you want to go for a walk? I'm like, well, yeah, sure. Yeah. So I never know what I'm going to get into with her and walks. All right, are we just, and this is so us, are we just going to the gas station and back? Are we going up the hill and around a corner and back? And then every now and then we'll go out on an adventure, which means we're just walking and we get to a part of the walk and we just go, all right, let's turn around and go back. And she announced after I was too far away from the house that we're going.
So she didn't give you a heads up right at the. See, I always ask Amanda. We've got two. And this is our code: elementary school or the Lemoynes.
Okay.
And if she says Lemoynes, I'm usually in because it's a short walk.
Right.
It's a roundabout. But if she says elementary school, I question. I'm like,
well,
I don't know about that.
Well, Terry had said, let's go gas station back, gas station back, gas station back. Three times. I'm like, she said that'll be about 30 minutes, and I'm like, I don't know about just. If I could just. Just give you my advice here.
Yeah.
And we're walking. Of course, she's walking so fast. Should I be jogging? I said, I'd like to just go out and not have to come back and walk past the house twice. Could we just go out? And then she's like, okay, well, we can do that. That's fine. Well, anyway, we go out and we start turning left and right. And we're way back in the subdivision. And we're so far back in there. It's unbelievable. She looked over at me and she said, my gosh, you're sweating. And I'm like, well, first of all, I have no hair. All right, thanks for noticing. But my shirt was wringing wet.
Yeah,
I had to come back in and take another one.
Yeah.
It's like, and all we were doing was just walking. Shouldn't it be kind of a nice, pleasant walk at nighttime?
Breeze,
all right, when y'all are walking, do y'all ever get like 10, 15 front one another, or do y'all stay side by side the whole time?
We attempt to stay side by side. Every now and then, cars scare us because they're texting and they don't look up, and there's like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, and we jump off into the grass. Normally, there's sidewalks where we're not on the main, but there's some there's some areas of the walk where you can't help but be on the road because there is no sidewalk. But we're normally side by side. But if she starts off on her little, I'm going to walk so fast you can't keep up with me.
I get in trouble.
Lisa does that.
I get in trouble.
We're in single file line then because I'm behind her.
Look, if I want to run, I'll run. I mean, I'm trying to walk.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Well, I get the speech all the time. Hey, slow down, or whatever. Let's stay side by side, and then I'll look up, and she'll be 15 feet in front of me, and I'm like,
right.
I thought we were in this together.
Thank
babe.
you.
What are you doing?
It's like, honey, I thought we were supposed to be walking together and talking.
I get them arms going.
Oh, it's all about the arms. Sling the arms. Yeah. I'm like, good gracious. So anyway, but to y'all's point with the humidity, we just simply went on a walk, and it's like I had been running for 3 hours. Yeah, and it was just sopping wet.
I feel like I'm losing a little extra weight for some reason, but I go right back in and put it back on with ice cream because it's too hot.
It's so funny you said that. She said
the rainforest.
She said we're gonna walk. We're gonna walk, and we're gonna stay out, and we're gonna do at least 30 minutes. And I mean, she just does all this stuff. She goes, and then we're gonna go back and have ice cream. And I'm like, honey, what do you mean? She goes, we got to reward ourselves.
Yeah. I know.
We got back in. We never had the ice cream, but I thought that was kind of funny. She said, yeah, we're walking to be able to have ice cream.
That's right. We're gonna put a dent in it and eat the ice cream.
All right, so. Our Olympic reporter is Chris Wood, and he started for it's the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, even though it's 2021 because they were delayed a year,
a little delay.
which is kind of strange. But anyway, that was his first report on Friday. If you missed that, you can go back and check it out on the podcast or YouTube. Today, we have another report, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the Olympics. This past weekend, a lot was happening. I feel like I gave it a ton.
I did.
Probably more than any sports I've given
a
in a while.
Yeah.
I stayed up later than I wanted to.
I know.
Right. Well, I bumped into him over the weekend. He actually helped me out. Which I couldn't believe it was happening when it was happening. We'll discuss that.
He does more than just report on Olympics.
He
really does.
He does. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Summer's a time for excitement, whether it's leaving on vacation or just leaving your comfort zone and trying something new with Hello.
As we roll on back, 866 We Be Big is our number. Right now we got Picking and Cheering flying solo on the phones. She is your intern during the kickoff hour. So today is a charity charge day, and this is when we've been teaming with Buffalo Wild Wings for a couple of years now, and talking about how time flies. Can you believe it's been a couple of years? And today we have a charity charge benefiting Never Thirst, just for context, every $35 donated to Never Thirst, one person's life will be transformed. They will receive clean water and hear the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and that's making a big difference. So Never Thirst is the charity today in the Birmingham-based market of the ministry, and we look forward to hopefully helping them out a lot this month with Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a win for everybody. It's a win for them with the money raised. It's a win for you because you're going to go have great food. And so check that out today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. And there's a number of locations, Alabaster, Alabama, the Birmingham market on Highway 280. They say there's some renovation going on there. So if you have any difficulty with that location, there's tons of other ones to choose from. They have the Gardendale location, Tuscaloosa, Hoover location on John Hopkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, right by Regions Park on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, and Pell City, Alabama. And Greg, back in your hometown, Oxford, Alabama, last time Tim Spencer was on with us, he gave some good news that they were rolling. So that one's coming soon.
That's good. Been waiting on that a while.
Really is. So today, Charity Charge, Never Thirst is the beneficiary for this month. Go out and enjoy some great food and benefit Never Thirst. All right, so Chris Wood. Another thing happening today is we'll have an Olympic update with Olympic reporter, Rick and Bubba Olympic reporter Chris Wood. Chris Wood, has a job that he does Monday through Friday. We're really actually, I guess, 7 days a week because I was there on Saturday. He works at a sporting goods store, and I had to run to the sporting goods store and grab something for one of the boys, of course. And I'm out and about, and I'm running around. So I go in, and there was a couple of things I needed to do and get done. First of all, whenever you're trying to buy something for one of your boys, size is in play. If it has anything to do with, hey, I've got to have something for whatever sport they're playing. This one was football. Size is a big deal. Wouldn't y'all agree? Yeah. I mean, and sometimes you can't just go off waist size if you're trying to buy something that requires them in person to try on. Yeah. You're just guessing, really. And that was kind of my life. Reese actually had to work. And so I was like, hey, I'm gonna do him a favor, and I'm gonna go out here and knock this out. But it was a little bit more complicated than that. He needed a 5-piece girdle for football, and so I knew the waist size, but the waist size, depends. Are you getting Adidas, Under Armour?
Why can they not
Nike?
get on the same page, guys? I bought a pair of. I've wore 36 forever. Mm-hmm. I bought a pair the other day, and And in their defense, it may have been that this was a one-off deal that they put the wrong tag on. It was like I was wearing a 45. I could not even. I just had to throw them away because I couldn't find anybody to wear them.
Yeah.
And now here's the thing: those shorts, I wear a 34, and they're almost too big.
Yeah.
And that makes 0 sense because everything else I wear 36 to 38.
Yeah.
It's 0 sense at all.
Yeah.
Why can't y'all get on the same page with sizes and pants?
I'm telling you. And so I'm there, and I'm standing there, and there's just girls everywhere. They've been picked through, and everybody seems to be in the when you're playing high school football in the state of Alabama, where Reese goes to school. I mean, they provide everything, but 5-piece girdle, it's on you. Yeah. Okay. And so I'm there, and I don't know, and it might not be that
everything except that.
It might. I don't know. It might at different high schools, and somebody might call and go, "Hey, no,
we get that too.
We provide that." I don't know, but just where he is,
that's interesting.
That's just the only. Hey, you just go get your 5-piece girdle, okay? So now he probably heard it wrong, and he'll probably get there today, and they'll be like, "Man, why'd you get that?"
There'll be one.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'm out in it, and I'm trying to figure it out, and now I've gone online. I'm standing there. Here's how bad it is. I'm standing there looking at the girdles, but I'm online trying to find the size charts, and then I'm reading reviews to see if somebody goes, well, I got mine. They're too small because they're one small. So I'm trying to figure out, are they true to size, to your point, or not. And so then I've trying to find Reese, who I said, hey, if you have a break at work or whatever, I'm going to time it down. Can you be available? I need to ask you a question. So I go from the girdles over to the camping area, and I saw a a chair, one of the little camping chairs.
I was about to ask, why were you in the camping area?
It's close. It's right beside the football.
So you weren't necessarily looking for anything.
No, I was pacing. You know me, I'm a pacer.
That's fine.
And so now I've got girdles in my hand. I've got about every brand because you got to get them because the sizes were going quick. And so I've got about every brand, and I'm pacing. I'm trying to find family members, and of course you can't find them.
Oh no!
Good Lord! And so I sit down on one of the chairs, and I'm talking to them, and I found myself getting actually kind of comfortable.
Sure.
Like I'm like, well, I kind of like.
Your eyes got
it's
heavy.
like, well, that's a ballpark chair.
Did you
It's
ever
wow,
when
I
somebody
kinda like
walked
this chair.
by, act like you were a model and just froze?
Yeah, and just you sit there like that. Oh, look, this guy looks comfortable. And so I get up and we decide on what girdle it is, and so I go to checkout, and the line is like out of the cashier department all the way back towards Nike.
Don't understand
Golf.
that in any store, by the way.
And they're working hard. They're trying
Yeah.
to find work. I mean,
Sure.
they've got a couple of registers open, and so they're going to school. Hey, card only right here, card only. Cash over here. So we're going through it, and all of a sudden I see Chris Wood walk up. Hey, Speedy.
Our
I'm
Olympic
like, hey,
reporter?
man.
So he's
I'm
right
like,
in the
this
middle
is
of
an
the
Olympic
chaos.
reporter. And I'm like, hey, man, you did great Friday, and hey, I'm enjoying it, and all this kind of stuff. We start talking about his first update, and hey, looking forward to it. And all right, see you later. It's my turn. I go to check out, and then I go to my pocket to get my wallet. Yes, I had my wallet because I had to buy them. And for all of you, you don't have your wallet. And then I noticed just when I was going for my wallet, I noticed, where's my keys?
Oh goodness!
And so that I go ahead and I go through the checkout phase, and then I ask the guy, "Could I leave the bag right here?" For some reason, I don't know where my keys are,
He left it in the camping department.
and I'm like, "Oh no!" So I go back upstairs, and
You
now
took 'em out of your
I'm
pocket
trying
for
to.
some reason.
I know.
Put 'em
I
in the
don't-
cup holder
I
in the
don't
chair
know.
you're
I
sitting
have
in.
no idea
I don't know.
why.
I'm just
I have
throwing
no
things
idea
out
why I didn't have them in my pocket.
He got so comfy in the camping
Yeah,
area. I'm home.
yeah.
Made himself at home.
And I'm thinking,
Took his
what,
shoes off.
What a bip. I'm so like, I can't believe this. So I go and I try to just walk behind everywhere I went. Okay, I'm going. I went here. I'm looking all over the place. Oh, I went to camping. I'm gonna sit back down in my chair. Where is it? Keys are nowhere.
No, you thought you were banking on them being there.
I'm like, golly, I can't believe this. I can't leave. So, but then I started thinking, wait a minute. I don't ever remember having them. This is what's wrong with us because we don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Did I just leave them in the truck and leave the truck unlocked? That's what I did. I bet you that's what I did. So I go to the cashier. I go ahead and get the bag. Hey, man, thank you. And I go out. Truck's locked.
Oh.
I'm like, okay, so that means they're in the sporting goods store. Because I thought maybe
Yeah.
I had left it unlocked. So when we come back, now I'm walking back in going, no, they're officially in here somewhere. So I got to get to digging.
You couldn't believe it.
Oh my!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome in. As we roll on back, picking and cheering, she's your intern today at 866 We Be Big. As we come on back, I was in the middle of telling you guys about how Chris Wood, actually, our Olympic reporter, helped save the day for me. I was in where he works getting a 5-piece girdle for my youngest son.
Sorry.
Reese Wilburn. It was a 5-piece football
What if he was
girdle.
buying it for him and Terry's walks?
Yeah.
And he had to wear that when they went walking?
Because people would hit me and stuff.
What if Chris Wood had to model it?
And I had to have a butt pad for some reason. Now, for those of you that don't know what 5-piece girdles are, that's where you buy. It's like sliding shorts, but there's already built-in thigh pads, hip pads, and a butt pad.
Buttocks.
So that's 5 pieces inside these sliding shorts.
Hence the 5-piece girdle.
Right. And so now when you go and you put on football pants, all you need are the knee pads in the football pants. And so when you put them on, it looks, now you got everything. You got 5 pads and everything else.
5-piece girdle.
There you go.
There it is right there.
Right there. And so, size is pretty important when it comes to something like that.
Yeah.
And so I work through that and get through the checkout. And then I realized, and I don't know if any of you have ever done this, I realized I don't have my keys. I don't know where my keys are.
I've done it.
And
It's a bad feeling.
Sadly, I've done it before, too.
It's bad
and it's been a minute, but I've done it. It is a terrible feeling,
You know why?
Greg.
You can't leave.
Right. So then I go and I leave the bag. I've already seen Chris Wood. He works there, and we're talking. He's helping me get through the line because it took a minute. And so then I realize I don't have my keys, so I leave the bag with the cashier. Do you mind if I go look? Okay, I'm leaving it here. I go. I'm going right to where I think it is, which is the camping area where the little ballpark chairs were, where I was sitting down trying to find a family member that could answer the blasted phone.
Yep.
Okay.
Cleaned it up.
I almost didn't.
I understand.
And so I go back and I'm looking around like there's no keys anywhere. I'm like, golly. Well, I know what I did. I don't ever remember having them because my mind's not right. Because clearly, I guess I did. They're in the truck. I never locked the truck. My gosh, I'm so dumb. Hey, get the bag, walk back out. Truck's locked. And I could see it. I could see it before I got to it. I could tell the truck was locked. I'm like, oh man. So I go back in, and here I go. I go back in. The first person I see, Chris Wood, standing at the door. Hey, Chris. Hey, Speedy.
What are you doing back?
That's exact. I thought you were leaving. I'm like, yeah, I did too, Chris.
Chris ever do anything? Or always just talk?
Well, no, he's walking around.
Just curious.
He's walking around taking care of
He
it.
seems to be walking around looking for Speedy.
Speedy hanging around with Speedy every time he goes in there.
I tell you this, he was great customer service.
I mean, what's the odds that every time you go in there, he's available for a conversation?
Well, he helps a lot. He walks around. He helps a lot.
Sure.
Okay. He was helping me Saturday. So I walk back in, and I'm like, hey, what are you doing back? I thought you were leaving. Well, I did too. I can't find my keys. You can't find your keys? No, I can't find my keys, Chris. I don't know where it is. Wait a minute. I heard something about keys in my little, because they all have little earpieces in where they can communicate. He goes, I heard somebody say something about keys. And then now all of a sudden, keys breaks out with all the staff. Keys. You have keys? Is anybody saying keys?
Keys here.
Keys everywhere. And I'm like, Chris, it's okay. I can go back up and look. Nah, hold on. Keys. Hey, anybody seen keys? Now he's talking into his two-way. Everybody see keys?
Called him to action.
You did see keys? What kind of keys? Okay. Hey, what make was the truck? Okay, I told him to make. Hold on. What, now he's talking on his little two-way the whole time. And then here comes the manager. Hey, sir, did you lose some keys or whatever? And I was like, keys are just, I mean, everybody's talking about keys now. And I'm still standing up front. And I'm like, well, this is very nice of them. They didn't have to worry about keys. And all of a sudden I hear from up top, because it was a two-story place, I think I found some keys. And I look up, and there's another employee. And then Chris runs over.
Chris didn't run.
He runs over,
Picture it.
And he wants to catch the keys. Give me the keys. Give me the keys. Give me Speedy keys. And I'm like,
he said, "Give me Speedy's keys."
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And so he's going above and beyond. I'm like, well, this is so. Chris, you are awesome. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate this. He catches the keys.
Where were they?
He looked them in. They were in the camping world, the camping place.
Where did you? Do you know where you set them down
specifically? I asked the guy. I said I knew exactly. It had to be where I was sitting. I must have had
So
them
when
in my
you went
hand.
to look for them, they'd already turned them in. I guess.
That's what I'm thinking, that somebody had already found them and turned them in.
Yeah.
And so he drops the keys down to Chris. Chris looks them in. And I even said, "Nice catch, Chris."
Nice catch.
He said, "Here's your keys." And I'm like, "Thank you so much, Chris. That really helped me." And then I looked up, and the guy was walking off. I said, "Hey, sir, I got to know, where were they?" Because I had to know where they were. And he said, they were over in the camping area by the chairs. I said,
So you just took them out of your pocket and laid them down.
I said, was there a red chair? He goes,
Which tells me you thought you were going to be there a while.
He said, that's exactly where they were.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Chris helped save the day, because if it wasn't for Chris alerting people to keys, I would have been walking around.
I got some missing keys. Got some keys missing.
I would have been walking around the store for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speedy,
Is
where's
that
your
not
keys?
the worst thing? You're trying to find where
Find
your blasted
Speedy's
keys are. And so I don't know why in the world I put those keys down, but I had some gym shorts on, and so you had your wallet, you got your wallet, and you got your phone, and all this kind of stuff. So I guess I had the keys in my hand, and I just put them down. I don't know why. So thank you, Chris. Chris Wood really helped save the day on my stupid move of misplacing my keys.
Helpful.
That's a terrible feeling, y'all.
Yeah, I had the same feeling
That's
yesterday.
horrible. I hate it when you lose stuff.
Yeah.
And this is happening more and more. And again, I'm a little younger than you guys, and you talk about this, and it gets worse. And I'm starting to have things like this happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, of course, I did things a little different this weekend. It was too hot to be putting boats in, so we had Sea-Doo out for whoever wanted to ride it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times early, I still get up real early on the weekends. Like I'm getting up at 6:15, no matter what. I mean, my body does it to me. I can't. So I get up and I get me a cup of coffee and I hang out a minute. And a lot of times that is grab your cup of coffee, go get on the boat and go fish for a couple hours, and then when everybody else wakes up, then you kind of spend the rest of the day with them. That's kind of my deal.
Do you ever do that and get tired again? Then when everybody wakes up, you're tired again?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
You've been up so long?
Yeah, sometimes.
You sit down and you go, dang, I should have slept.
But they so anytime, and I'll do this a lot too, if the boat's not in, but the Sea-Doo, I'll just go out there, find me a couple spots. I'll go out there on it and fish.
Okay.
And so I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do that this morning. So I did. Went out there. It was 6:30, 7 o'clock. Went out there, fished a minute, got me a couple rod and reel. I've got me a little. It's not like designed to fish off of. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's designed to pull people on wakeboards and inner tubes and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
But I have done it so much, I strategically can put things in certain places and it be fine. And I'm not going very far and all that. The only problem is when you do get stopped in an area, you have to take the kill switch out, or it's just going to constantly beep, 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 beep.
Which
so
is so
that
annoying.
chirping sound.
Yeah.
And so obviously, and I take my life jacket off. This is my process, and I stick it on top of where the handlebars are for that.
Okay.
And I wedge one of the rod and reels in between there and the Sea-Doo, and I pull the kill switch out. But I can easily pick the kill switch up and put it in, and then hit start and move wherever I'm wanting to move, and then pull it out again. I've got probably a 200-yard area that I know I'm going to go hit these areas.
Right.
And so you don't have a trolling motor, but I'm just hitting it every once in a while and let it glide, and then, whatever. So I've been out there doing that for an hour and a half, and I think, you know what, probably some people are up by now. I'm going to go in and see what's going on in the house, get me another cup of coffee, that kind of thing. So I go in, and I take the life jacket and put it back on top of the handlebars, and go in. See, Maddie and Caroline are up at this point. Amanda's stirring around, and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna go burn." This is what I said. I'm gonna go burn some gas in Sea-Doo. Anybody want to go with me? I thought still early. Sure. Not gonna be a whole lot of boats out. Just fly up and down, whatever. Nobody, no takers. Amanda usually takes me up on that. I knew it'd be too early for Caroline and Maddie because they're in pajamas and watching TV, and they weren't going to have anything to do with it. So they said no. So I go back down. Life jacket is on top of the handlebars, and I push off. And I look, and I was like, "Where's the kill switch?" So now I'm 12. At this point, I'm 12, 14, getting to be 16, 18 feet from the bank, and I can't find the kill switch.
Floating away from the bank.
So I put the life jacket. I grabbed the life jacket, and I put it on. Still can't find it. I'm looking in the compartment that it's normally in. I'm swearing up and down that it's always put it where you got the 4 buckles on the life jacket, and I always put it on the bottom one. It's not there, and I'm like, what in the world?
You start thinking, did you take it in with you?
That's what I start thinking.
Reason?
I think, well, I've evidently took it in with me.
I wish Chris would have been there.
Yeah. Well,
So-
he would have been there
So
waiting. helping.
I'm embarrassed
How
about
many?
what I'm about to unveil here.
You got him to scale.
So I have to jump in, okay?
You had to jump
in, and
This is Slash. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was waiting on you. I figured what you were
I
about
was
to
just.
do.
There we go. Well, you jumped in.
It was close. Wasn't
Yeah.
quite that loud, but it was
Right.
close. So now I'm having to pull the Sea-Doo and swim back to the bank. Look around, looking on did I drop it right here, whatever. So
God,
then
isn't
I go.
that funny how your mind works?
I know.
God,
So-
you're
so-
thinking the worst of anything.
Go upstairs, and I'm nonchalant, acting as if I'm not, because I'm number one, I'm
panicking.
dripping wet. Okay, and that no one has noticed and said, "Why are you soaking wet?"
See,
They've
if
not-
Chris was there, you're
nobody
right. He
has-
would have said, "Why you wet? And why you back?"
Nobody's asked that yet, and I'm kind of looking around the kitchen. I'm not trying to make a big scene here because I don't want them to know that there's a chance that I've lost the kill switch.
Okay.
So I'm looking around, and I look at the 3 places that I always put things, and it's always in the kitchen and the main living area.
Uh-huh.
Can't find it. Then I see a pair of sunglasses, and I think, okay, well, I'll just grab those and act like that's what I'm looking for because I don't want them to think, So I grabbed the sunglasses. Kind of needed those anyway. Go out there. Now keep in mind, I'm wearing the life jacket.
This
okay?
whole time?
This whole time I'm wearing the life jacket because I've jumped in and I've just come back and can't find it. So I take the life jacket off when I get back down there. It's hanging on the life jacket
The whole time.
the entire time.
Oh my goodness.
It's wrapped. It's wrapped up
you
under.
look down, you couldn't see it hanging.
Well, it was wrapped up under. For some reason, it got caught in the like one of the buckles on the back side,
right.
and was looped around
Hiding
like
from
perfect,
you.
hiding from me.
The whole time.
And so the whole time, I'm like, God, where is the? I mean, it was right here. Did I lose it? I'm looking in the water, like, because it'll float. It's got one of those things on it. It'll float. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, it must have fell off. It's got to be right here. And
the
I
whole
don't want
time
to
it's
tell
on you?
anybody. And so when I took the life jacket off, it came on like this. It started dangling. I'm like, what in the world?
Jumped in, swam back.
I've gotten wet and wasted 20 minutes for nothing. For nothing.
Oh my goodness.
More things like that are happening to me.
Yeah.
Every single
It
week.
gets worse.
How many times do you think I check my pockets for my keys? Well, like the next time I check, they're going to be there for some reason.
I know. You keep going back and checking.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour break for the main show, and then we'll start this day together. For those of you that have already been with us or headed to the Golden Ticket seats, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. Big boys already out in the breezeway, ready to welcome you in. This portion of the show brought to you by GoodRx.com/Bubba. And look, let's face it, getting the care you need to stay healthy shouldn't be hard or expensive. So when you are thinking about affordable medications, let us suggest to you GoodRx.com/Bubba, as they'll help you find the lowest price on prescriptions every time. Now, look, this is not insurance, but with GoodRx.com/Bubba, you can instantly compare prices for your prescriptions at every pharmacy in your neighborhood and save up to 80%. That's huge, 80%. It's free and easy to use, too. And many times it's often cheaper than using your insurance copay or even Medicare. So what I want you to do is go to GoodRx.com/Bubba, GoodRx.com/Bubba. You can find discounts for your prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies. So take advantage of this great savings. Join today and start saving up to 80% on your prescriptions. GoodRx.com/Bubba, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button and find a link there as well. So sorry to recap some this hour about how much of a goofball I am, and apparently you are as well.
Too.
The only thing missing this hour is Greg, you telling us how you've misplaced something over the weekend.
Do you know what I felt like? You know that scene in Christmas Vacation where Clark's looking for the squirrel, but the whole time it's on his back? That's what I felt like.
Yes.
That's exactly what I felt like.
Yeah, I get that. I was looking for my glasses one time. They were on my head. I just slid them up. I was tearing the house up. And there they were the whole time on my head.
So we said earlier I don't want to get into mess up Chris Wood's reporting, but I don't think he'll go this route. Yesterday, we really got into the Olympics last night as a family, and over the weekend, Friday night, Saturday night as well, and didn't see that coming. By the way, I didn't really think that anybody in my house would be that into it. And
Friday we even went around the staff, and we were like, well, none of us were going to give it anything.
That's kind of where I was at. But then I realized, hey, wow, so everybody in this house is interested in this. And so, a couple of things I wanted to ask y'all, and Greg and I briefly talked about this earlier. So, we had a 46-year-old gymnast from Uzbekistan. I believe that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Has been at the
Same
Olympic
story.
Games for eight times. So was that 32 years that we've competed in the Olympics? So it got me thinking, who are the is this something that is rare, or is this depending on the sport? Obviously,
it's something that physical.
That's what I was
extremely
thinking.
Rare.
Yeah.
When you're 24, you're considered old.
Yeah,
in that sport.
Like Simone Biles is 24, and she's the old person this year.
Yeah,
and
right.
So,
and to your point, Greg, gymnastics and that
grueling.
I mean, it is grueling.
Yeah.
So age does
Body
play into
taking
that,
a
but
pound.
others it probably doesn't.
Did y'all know
what I mean?
we have
that aren't physical like that?
We don't, but Syria does. Hind Zaza is a 12-year-old ping pong player, table tennis.
12.
So I'm a 12-year-old, and I'm playing in the Olympics for my country.
Wow.
Thought that was interesting. Then you go, and there's a 13-year-old female skateboarder who's also in the Olympics.
I can see that.
But then you have the other side of it, okay? 66-year-old Mary Hannah from Australia, equestrian.
See, there you go.
And then there's
Ride the
another
horse.
56-year-old from Morocco, would butcher that name if I attempted it, also equestrian.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that some of these sports it's common, but the gymnast thing we had never seen before.
That's something else. That's different.
I mean, that's way different than even riding a horse, but even or like shooting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because you can have, but to perform at that level, that's crazy.
Crazy.
That's something else. I was watching some of the weird stuff because all the NBC affiliates have it. They've got their own Olympic channel, and you got the USA Network and others that are jumping in, NBC Sports and all this. And I ran up on badminton.
Hey, now.
And
I watched a little bit of it, too.
I got to laughing at that. They were hammering. It's just I felt like I was in the backyard, but my God, they were from the. I mean, they were hitting the ball or the
Never
birdie.
seen
I should say
anybody.
the birdie.
Well, it's
the
a
birdie
shuttlecock.
hard. Right. Well,
That's right.
it is.
That's what it is,
Right.
yeah.
I was going to say birdie. I just going to say that.
We always called it birdie.
Yeah.
but you're correct.
Well, and
They were hitting
they
it
call
so
it
hard.
what
I
it
don't know
is,
how they were
shuttlecock.
reacting, and
I'm with you.
I got to laughing. I'm like, I cannot believe
The
this.
hand-eye coordination is unbelievable.
And then
I mean,
Terry couldn't believe this is an Olympic sport. But yes,
Amanda
it
said the
is.
same thing.
It sure is.
She said, "What are you watching?" I said, "The Olympics." She goes, "That's not an Olympic sport." I said, "It is too." Got to watching handball a little bit and enjoyed it.
Yeah. I tell you another one that and it was wearing me out, and I was a nervous wreck. I don't know why, but water polo.
Yeah,
The water polo.
Watch that.
I don't know how. I'm exhausted watching it because I'm like they've got to be tired. I mean,
how do you
it may be the
catch-
most physically challenging sport.
Yeah.
I mean,
How do you catch? How do they catch that ball every time one-handed? Because it looks huge. It looks like
how
a
do they
volleyball.
not drown?
yeah, because not only do they have to stay up, but you got somebody pulling on you.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So, yeah.
And them things that got to wear on their head look weird.
I tried. I know this is going to be a topic today. I'm sure she'll check in with us at some time. But Beth Mowens, you ruined the song. I tried to watch Japan and USA last night. She completely ruined it.
Yeah, she is the
Completely ruined
voice
it
of
for me.
USA women's softball.
And I have figured it out. It's not that a woman is calling the sport; it's her calling the sport. I hate to be that rough, but it is. If there was, it's just golly, nauseating.
This show has not helped.
It hasn't. You're right.
At all.
It hasn't
at all. But yeah, I see where they had a walk off against Japan.
I bet she went nuts on that.
Yeah,
You know,
I couldn't
I'd
stay
love
with
to
it
heard
long
that
enough to
call.
know.
yeah. So we'll have.
How about I think swimming is my favorite sport.
Yeah, I've always
I'll-
been
if it's on, I'm in.
Yeah,
I'm like,
me
well,
too.
whatever I'm doing, I got to stop.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number.
I can't start
Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Elmsy, Eddie Van Adler, we are all here and ready to go. Rick and Bubba interns at Rick and Bubba University. Picking and cheering and Boom Boom Bazooka are ready to go as they bang out a degree in common sense. Common sense, of course, now a superpower. Another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast with Professors Burgess and Bussey. Out over the weekend. Sean Brower, our guest, and he's got a brand new book out about the attacks on masculinity and what is a proper approach and what is not. It's a good book. You can hear him talk about it. Today, a Rick and Bubba charity charge is going on at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations, benefiting Never Thirst, an incredible ministry bringing clean water to places all over the world that for them that is not a given. So it's a great organization. They do great work all over the world. And if you go out and just enjoy delicious food from the Buffalo Wild Wings location that is participating near you, then you will be helping them while enjoying great food at the same time. Look right there. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him better as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome in for the beginning of a new week.
Yep, new day, new hour, new week, Bubba. Don't you feel it growing day by day? To make them smile. Oh, now, mama, don't you ask me why. Come on, sing. Listen to the music. Listen to the music. The Doobie Brothers. Listen to the music.
You betcha.
It is funny that all those years ago they penned the lyrics. Everybody's getting ready for the news. Some are happy, some are sad.
Some things never change.
It was prophetic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I had one of those things happen over the weekend, and I know that you and I are aging, and God love us, and I'll speak for myself. We have had we've seen so many faces in 27 years, a lot of faces. We've talked to so many people. in 27 years. I can't even.
And what a blessing.
I can't even pretend to think up a number of the number of people that we've interacted with over the years. But then you narrow it down to subgroups, and that is the subgroup of Rick and Bubba University, the intern program. They're in the hundreds. Okay.
Well over 300 now.
Yeah, so it's a lot, and it's a lot to recall. But there's nothing worse to recall. Think you got it recalled correctly, and to be told you're incorrect, and then that blows your mind because you're pretty certain that's what happened. So that's and it involves one Eddie Van Adler. So if I say to you, Rick and Bubba, former intern, Minnie Mouse.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one that beat up Adler?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you think that too?
She was Mighty Mouse.
Okay, thank you. Did we have one named Minnie Mouse? That's where my confusion is. Thank you. You may have just
Mighty Mouse was the one that beat up Adler.
Oh, you just may have helped me. Did we have a Minnie Mouse?
I don't think so.
Well,
but
hey,
I'm not.
We had another karate one, but what was her?
No.
'Cause she
Stay
kicked
with
me.
Mouse. I'm leaving martial arts.
Okay, because I had one that
Because
she
I
kicked
thought
me in the
I
stomach.
thought when she said, and I met her. I met her yesterday in Decatur, and she came up to me with her husband. She said, do you remember me? And I had to be honest and say I don't. And she says, well, I'm former intern Minnie Mouse. And I said, oh,
She said Minnie Mouse?
yeah. And I said, oh, you beat up Adler. She goes, no, I didn't beat up Adler. And I said, well, somebody with a mouse
Some
name,
mouse beat up.
and you know that was
See.
beat up Adler. And she says, no, I was Minnie Mouse. And I was like, I don't, huh? And then I reckon, then her face looked familiar to me, but I don't, did we have a Minnie Mouse and a Mighty Mouse?
Surely not.
Apparently, well, she thinks we did.
Y'all act like that's not possible.
Yeah, it's 100% possible, because how could we remember? There's Mighty Mouse, so that's who I thought I was meeting.
Yeah.
And then the person,
That was Hannah.
yeah, that wasn't who it was. And then she said, no, I was Minnie Mouse. I don't remember a Minnie Mouse. Do y'all?
You know, I'm trying to look.
know.
It was before my time, so I'm out.
Is our former intern list?
Am I just
it's
not-
It's not alphabetical.
No,
is it?
no, it's
No.
not.
Hey,
a wish.
here's a
I tell you
possibility.
what, it is a mess.
Here's a possibility. She may not even said Minnie Mouse. I just heard mouse of some kind, or
There you
something.
go.
Something. That, after she said that, I
Okay.
do recognize her. I did recognize her and say, yes, you're right. I do know you. But that name didn't seem to go. And maybe I'm not remembering. There's a lot going on now.
When I go
Yeah.
into the database, and I just search a mouse, I only see one Mighty Mouse.
Well, that's what I thought.
Now, we probably have a handful of interns where we don't have their picture.
Didn't have a period.
because they didn't send it to
Right.
us or whatever. But we do have. I mean, we've got.
So I'm not crazy that somebody named Mouse beat up
I have
Adler.
an answer.
Okay.
Is this her?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Minnie Mouth.
Minnie Mouth.
Minnie
Yes,
Mouth.
now I remember her.
I thought she said mouse.
Well
Yes,
done, Adler.
Rick.
Well
Rick,
done.
that was just like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, that
tops.
was fairly recent.
Yeah. Well, she's a fine young lady.
She is.
And
Minnie Mouth.
Mouth. See, I thought she said
I
mouse.
can't remember how we got that.
And I was like,
She
so,
could sing with her mouth closed.
That's
that was
right.
one
She
of the
did say
things.
that to me.
Yeah.
She goes, I
That's
was the one.
it.
I
She
remember
said
that.
I was the one that sang with my mouth closed. I said, oh, I do remember you.
Yeah.
But see, in my mind, see, I thought she said mouse.
That was
And-
quite a talent, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Now see
was.
that I remembered that,
Yeah.
and then it all came together.
Well, I'm
She
glad
said-
we solved that.
she
That's
said-
going to bug me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Adler. Whew. That's why you got to have one young person on the show.
Yeah.
And
I was really deep off into the names of the interns.
well, see,
trying to figure it
now
out.
think about me. Think of all the things in play here. I can't remember things. Okay, I can't hear. Okay, because I
Right.
can't.
There's that.
I can't hear what she's saying. But see, you can see though where when someone says Minnie, what you think is Minnie Mouse, you would pivot to you beat up Adler.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
knew somebody named Mouse beat up Adler with martial arts.
Right.
And she said, no, I'm the one that sings with my mouth closed. And I thought, oh. And then I just left it at that, never questioned that she said mouth. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I
There we
needed
go.
that. I needed that. You can tell how much it was bothering me. I toted it all the way in from the weekend. I was like, man, that was something. Yeah, so we got updates from the weekend today. We'll talk about that. 866 We Be Big. Bubba, I got to know if that pontoon got back out on the water.
I got you an update.
All right, we got that coming too. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Great. To old Kentucky. By the way, got caught up in this song over the weekend and listened to various versions of it.
Oh, there's a lot out there.
There's pretty some good.
There's some good ones.
Worst one I heard, of course, Bob Dylan.
Oh,
Horrible.
I think George Clooney does a good job with it.
yeah, he does.
Providing buddies. Providing the voice for George, the Soggy Bottom Boys. That's right. That's what we got right here. If you listen to the background, the riff's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
He has no friends to help him now.
All right, so Bubba, let's get an update on pontoon.
Old business first.
Yeah, I mean, you know, last time we left you, Friday was a big day, and that was the day that we were going to find out.
Boy, I knocked a big old dent in the bottom.
Yeah, you
of one
did.
of the tunes.
Sure you did.
And strangely, the motor not damaged at all, which I think indicates we caught big air.
Yeah.
You know, looking back, I think it kind of went like, you know how on the Dukes of Hazzard you would see underneath the car when they jumped.
Yes.
I think it looked about like that.
Wow.
20 miles right into it. Not rocks, Rick. A rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One big one.
Boulder.
That baby had been there since the seventh day. You know what I mean?
That was Benny.
It used to be on top of a hill, but now, you know. Now it's in a lake.
So, so you went for here's the diagnosis. What happened?
Yeah.
Well, Rick, the welding team looked at it and said, we can't do nothing with it. It's going to take 20 hours of welding. You have to take it off. Ooh, the cost. Have you seen what a welder an hour is?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
That's why.
Plus removing a tune. That's
why I keep telling Braden he needs to look into welding.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And so the decision was made. We'll go with it as is. So it's apparently not taking on water right now.
Oh, well.
And
Oh, wow.
So we rode around all weekend with it. You can't even tell it in the
You need to
water.
get some of
You
that
can't
flex
see it.
seal put on it.
Yeah, I know. It'll seal anything on it. If it does, I may do that.
This doesn't feel like safety Bubba.
Let me just tell you,
does it?
you are so on that, Rick. This
Well,
is so
he's
against
on the
everything
edge,
he
yeah.
stands for.
Okay, so in talking with professionals,
Okay.
even if one tune was full of water, it won't sink.
Okay.
You got two that'll hold you up. But here's the beauty: the way those tunes are designed,
He needed to hear that. by the
they're
way.
compartmentalized. Okay, so if you get a hole in one place, it's only going to let water in a very small area.
Understood.
Not the whole thing. So we're still trying to get the price on a new tune, or as the pontoon folks call it, a new log.
I didn't know that. Are you even considering that we may just be a dented tune for the rest of our lives
Well,
and just ride this baby out?
when we get those prices on the new log, we'll know more about
Well,
it.
what I'm saying is, you said it didn't.
I mean,
really-
that's a big repair.
it didn't seem to affect your lake experience.
No. We drove around all weekend. It was fine.
Yeah.
And
Can you see it at all? Like
no,
if
no, if
so
it's-
cosmetically, you can't even tell.
when it's in the water, you don't even know.
So pontoon Bubba, he beat safety Bubba.
He won out.
Okay.
He won out.
But see, pontoon Bubba, in all fairness, brought some information to safety Bubba that put him at ease.
Well, and
Once safety Bubba heard we won't completely sink no matter what happens.
yeah, we're
then
off and
pontoon
running.
Bubba, point pontoon Bubba.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just glad
And pontoon family probably was pressuring pontoon Bubba to ignore safety Bubba.
No. Nobody loves that pontoon more than Bubba.
Yeah.
Trust me, he's out there hours on it. But even if not,
every time
Bubba's going
you-
whether you're going or not.
Yeah, every time you have the engine even make an odd noise, Betty starts heading for the life jackets.
Right, yeah,
So
so-
it's But anyway, so
I
we're
was-
back on the water, and that was good.
I was hoping it'd be wet and humid this weekend.
Well, you know what? We have been talking about in our part of the country, we've had a mild summer so far, but it's trying to catch up now.
Well, just the humidity.
Yeah, just that.
Well,
I mean,
what-
it's still just 90.
what
I mean,
happened-
we're
what-
used to 95, high 90s.
So Saturday, we had to go out and do a bunch of getting Big Love ready for the move back to Mississippi State, and then I went on the road to Cater, Alabama, and it was the thickness out there of heat from humidity. and I looked, and it just said 91, 92. But as you just said correctly, now come Sunday.
Oh yeah,
When-
it was like a blanket.
Now, when I got out there Sunday, guess what it said on my truck then? 97.
Well, I don't think where I was, it got quite. It was 90, low 90s, but the humidity carried it up over 100. You know, as far as what it felt, and we haven't had that yet. It's been very mild, so we knew August and September was coming. September's turned in one of our hottest months.
Yeah, it has. I call
the calendar's off. We all know that.
I call September August again.
Yeah,
it is.
Well, it is now what August used to be.
Yeah, and we've studied.
Yeah, the calendar's off. We all know.
Little August.
Yeah, the reason why we think it's cool in July because it's really June.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It hadn't got hot yet. It's just now summer.
Right. Really, August is July, and then September's
Right.
August.
Absolutely.
So, and then October is September.
Right.
And then November.
And that's why it kind of feels like football then.
Right. So, sort of. Not.
I mean, it don't get
not
cold.
sold out.
Hey, it don't get cold at all till December.
Where we live, if you want to go to a football game where we live and enjoy nice, crisp fall, you got to make
football-y type weather.
Hey, you got to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Don't.
You won't wear a jacket.
Hey, don't think for homecoming you ain't gonna sweat.
No, you better make the playoffs. You want to get that jacket out.
You might want to go to the second round. Yeah. First round may not get it.
I know. Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. Welcome. You got a question to Pontoon Bubba.
Yeah, hey, Bubba, what's going on, buddy?
Hey man, what's up?
Hey, man. Hey, anytime you get ready to fix that thing, I can fix it for you. Ain't no big deal.
Really?
Ain't nothing
Oh,
to
yeah.
it.
Every person who talks like him can fix anything.
Anything. Yeah.
No,
I got it.
You know what? We're
no,
talking about Gary on the water.
We are.
Yeah.
Hey, just bring it up there. I'll fix it.
No, me and Gary's going to come up there. But anyway, you just put it on the trailer, and I guarantee you I'll have it fixed within a week.
Within a week.
All right, email Bubba. PontoonBubba@rickandbubba.com.
Within a week.
I don't
There it
have a
is.
trailer. I was committed to the lake.
Oh,
so
Lord. No trailer.
yeah, they said they would have to take it off and go in from the top and try to push the thing out.
Here's what I think.
How about the fact it's not taking water on with that
Yeah, I know.
kind of head? Isn't that amazing?
Oh,
Well,
that's
what I'm going to do, because he'll sound just like Brian, I'm going to tell Gary today that you're just going to buy a new tune. Buy a new log for it. Hey, Rick, tell Bubba he don't need to do that now.
Now,
I mean, I can fix that.
Does it have an inside, like a layer inside?
It's always a disaster that we didn't give Gary a shot at it.
It had some bracing underneath it that you saw got bent in. So some of that took the burden of the hit, the main part of it. But
When you heard that awful sound,
Rick, you mean as I was flying through the air? That part?
you told me
You really got lucky.
Basically, you tried to jump something in a pontoon boat.
Yeah,
you went
it's
off
like
a ramp.
Dukes of Hazzard.
You went off a
and,
ramp.
and the way the rock is perfect for that too. I mean, it's got, and we had it planed out about 20 miles an hour. I even went back and looked at it this weekend. Betty was an absolute panic. Don't get any closer. I said, Betty, I know where it is. This is not. We could see it. It's sticking up out of the water.
I wish I had seen you launch.
Oh, I know. I wish there was video of it.
Oh my gosh, I would love it so much. Bottom of the hour, Greg. How many times would we watch it if we had video of Bubba launching?
Oh, every day.
Slow
Bubba,
motion.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I mean, coming back in, I'm looking at little baby brother. Looks well rested again. Another weekend of not having to answer that alarm clock. Staying at that Helix as long as you wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Me
you
and
know
little-
why, Rick?
What?
Custom made for me.
Custom made for you. I got my little Helix made just for me.
If you
got
don't
my
like it, you got 100
Helix.
days.
That's right. In 100 days, you don't like it, send it back.
But you're going to like it.
You're going to love it. So they'll ship it directly to your house. They are going to ask you some questions to kind of get an idea of how you sleep. Do you sleep on your side, on your back, on your stomach? Combinations. Do you want soft, medium, or firm mattress?
That's right.
And this takes just a few minutes. And then they'll send it to you, and it's customized to you. GQ and Wired Magazine voted it the #1 best overall mattress. HelixSleep.com/Bubba will save you $200. And then, but Greg told you about the 100-day free trial. And I would also want to mention it has a 10-year warranty. So you can get that link also by going to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Let Helix put together a mattress for you and start sleeping better. So celebrity news, we got a lot of it today.
We got golden fingers, and we're loved everywhere we go.
Yes, sir. We start. Bubba and I were laughing in the break because we do this here on the show. We all do. Some of us Americans will make fun of Great Britain in this royal family thing they do. We call them expensive mascots, whatever the case may be. But here in America, the human beings have all got that little DNA. Our royal family are celebrities.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, we lose our minds. We'll rush to you and ask you to write on something. If you pretend to be a cowboy, pretend to be a fireman, pretend to be a maid, if you're an actor or an actress, someone who pretends, we elevate you to worship status, to royalty. And another thing, now, if you can't do that, could you play a game for us?
Yeah,
If you're really good at a game,
really good,
then
important stuff.
Yeah, really, if you can pretend or can play a game, we're willing to treat you like royalty and pay you gillions of dollars. And we're obsessed with every moment of your life.
Everything you do.
We must know what you're doing. Mm-hmm. I want to know who you're dating. I want to know. I got to know
what you had for supper.
Right? Why? Because they play a game or they pretend.
Well, Rick, I want to start this update by saying just very clearly, I love J-Lo as much as anybody does, like everybody else, right? I mean, she sings. She acts. She's much beloved in our country.
Tell you one thing: if she was good at a sport, she'd be the trifecta.
I know.
She can sing, she can dance, incredible talent.
She acts,
and really, I really like some of her movies she's done. They were pretty good. Some of Betty's favorites. But I mean, how many times has she been engaged? Like 12?
A bunch.
Do we know?
A bunch. A bunch.
Married about two or three.
J-Lo dates and gets engaged and marries people like, say, an 8th grader would in junior high.
Yeah, right.
I've never seen anybody can shift gears as quick as she can. She'll go from one Letterman jacket to the other in the drop of a hat.
What do you think it is? Do you think she's the problem, or she just can't stay with anybody?
Well,
I mean,
Rick,
does she make bad choices, or is she just somebody you can't hang with very long?
Rick, you have to run the numbers here, and each relationship that fails, you can easily assign a 50-50 fault number to it, right?
Yeah.
So if you're on like number 12, you would have to think it may be her.
Right.
Well,
let's
go there. Mark Anthony was the first one.
Well, don't run the list. Let me give you the list.
I'm going
to
just
run the
to
list
your
for you?
you can run the list all you want to. What I'm telling you is Mark Anthony has also been married and divorced 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
So when you say it's 50-50 there, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you put together that mix, there's no hope.
There's no hope.
Right? I mean, there is no hope.
They may set a record.
But when you're comparing them, and that's what you ask, 50, that is a legitimate 50-50. I don't know about the others.
Okay, I'm not even going to give you the first one because I can't say his name. I don't know who he is.
Just say husband one.
Let's just. And
Well,
I
that
don't
was
know.
Mark
I'm not
Anthony.
saying husband or dating. They had a relationship.
Ohani Noah is who you're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Say that name again.
Ohani Noah. And I don't know if I'm
is
saying
he?
it right, but I'm just confident with it. That's how you
Who
gotta
is
do
he?
it.
Who is he?
I have no idea, Bubba. I'm looking at the same stuff you're looking at.
By the way, I was taught this by
But everybody in the room thought, wow, so his name's Ohani Noah.
I was taught to this by one of the pastors that have mentored me. I said, I get uncomfortable
honey.
with some of the biblical names. He goes, just say it with confidence. Nobody in the congregation knows how to say
That's
it.
exactly right.
All right, so we also have on that list Sean Diddy Combs. Remember that? We had that
I
run.
forgot about that.
We had the Chris Judd run. Don't forget that.
Who's that? One of the judges?
No, he wasn't he an actor or
Or a
something?
dancer or something.
Who knows?
He's an actor.
Then first time Ben
Oh, yeah,
Affleck.
I never remember.
Ben Affleck. We had the Ben Affleck run. Remember? Then Mark Anthony. Okay.
Isn't it actually Anthony? No, I'm
is.
sorry.
I think it's Affleck, too.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
Affleck. Affleck's actually that insurance.
right.
That's the duck.
Right.
Then let's see. Then we
Just
had
saying.
Don't
Santoro.
know who
Rodrigo Santoro. You remember
That
him?
may be the dancer.
I don't know.
Yeah,
who
I think
that
you're
is.
right. It sounds like a dance.
Bradley Cooper. We forgot the Bradley Cooper run for a while.
I don't
Yeah.
even remember that one.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Did it get a name like Benifer?
Then you had Casper Smart. Remember him?
No.
Had that run.
No, I
Casper.
Don't remember him.
don't even know who that is.
Drake had the Drake run.
Didn't know about
Did
that.
we?
Huh?
Wow.
And then you had the A-Rod
Overrated.
run.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
now
we
she-
know that one.
Now she's back to Ben again.
Yeah.
No, wait a
mean,
minute. Is it
Part 2.
Is this been part 2?
Yeah.
It is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I mean, this is quite a rundown.
Did she have kids with anybody other than Mark Anthony?
I think that's it.
That might be
Twins?
it.
She's only got 2, so I think that's it. Yeah.
And you look at these numbers, Rick. Hardly we ever go over 3 to 4 years. I mean, that's pushing it.
You know what she is? Jennifer has a calendar that's very similar to the rise and fall of all great superpowers. Yeah. You know, if you look at that, they say 300 years is about all they make it. I don't know if y'all seen our birthday getting close, but anyway, but Jennifer, for her, it's 3 to 4 years. That's the rise and fall of the relationship.
Amazing talent, but
Well,
just
A-Rod,
can't seem to dial
A-Rod
in.
mess this one up.
Yeah, I think A-Rod.
I think he.
There was rumors that he
Yeah.
stepped out on her. I think.
There's a shocker.
I
Okay,
think.
so again,
from what I'd seen.
So
but
that was a bad decision.
Let me
on
just
her
say
part
I
to
could
even
be
start
wrong,
because
but-
I don't think he's.
Got an update for y'all today. Speaking of that, you're not gonna like.
and you have to ask the question: if J Lo is at home, why are you stepping out? You got to
Right,
ask that
right,
question.
right.
Yeah.
So
Well, now, in all honesty, it's one thing to see a relationship; it's another one to be in it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
completely. That meter.
Hey, from the stands, things look they run real smooth.
Well, I'm gonna
Eventually,
say I'm gonna say they probably don't run real smooth.
By the way-
based on this list.
Yeah,
I just gave you.
you're right.
Everybody in the whole wide world has the ability to outpace their fineness.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's that crazy fine matrix.
Right,
When we saw that laid out, I've never seen anything laid out so good in my whole life.
Yeah. So
now
everybody can be more maintenance and crazier than all the other.
Yeah, then they are fine. That's,
Yeah.
that's
I mean,
the
just
crazy
like
fine matrix.
just like back over to athletes again. An athlete can be crazier than he or she is good at the game.
or money they got.
Yeah, right. So.
You remember the man scale?
Yeah,
was
the man scale's
money
different.
fine.
Yeah. Hey, how about here's the thing that we've said, and if I could just basically break down this matrix, if you're a dude and you're ugly, you better be rich.
Absolutely.
Okay. If you're a woman and you're crazy, you better be fine.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
Remember, we even talked to the
Right.
we did a survey with the studio audience one day.
Yeah.
Because we had one of these stories, and they
Right.
said, you can be a guy and be a 6. If you're rich, you go to 8.
No,
right
more-
out. Just
more- easy.
some of them said 9.
If you don't believe that, just look at that. Just look at every rich man's wife. They rarely miss. Huh? Now every now and then they'll get stuck with somebody they were dating before they got rich. But I'm talking about. But I mean, if
And
you,
they end up settling with them.
but be honest. How many wealthy, ugly guys you know that has an ugly wife? There's not many.
No.
I forgot
Now-
about A-Rod's run with Madonna.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
But that brought on the pandemic.
Right. Now, it's
Look,
speaking
we
of,
don't
speaking
even,
of
we don't even run that Madonna list. We ain't got that much time.
now the Hollywood gossip stuff.
You'd almost have to do it. Where are they now?
Is that it was A-Rod was cheating, but they issued a joint statement saying they're just better off as friends and we're going to remain friends. So you don't know what's right and what's not.
I mean,
so
they were.
I just know they didn't make it.
They were soulmates for what, 3 years?
Yeah. I mean,
They were
That's
at
a
the
pretty
top.
long time.
Right. But I mean, you have to admit that this particular person seems to have a hard time landing the plane and keeping it on the ground.
Yeah.
Huh?
yeah.
It's
She seems so likable in her movies.
but if you're
That's not real.
I know, but it just you know how
That's
you know
acting,
how
though.
some
When
people
she was the wedding planner, she was very lucky.
But anyway, you see this picture that
And the maid.
That is showed. Look, that picture of Ben Affleck. He's not officially back. He's drunk. Look at it. He just saw an ex while he was drunk. There it is. You know, that's all that is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. A love grows. She's a lantern in the night. She's out of sight. Somebody say, Mama. All right, so as we make our way back, Tom Brady, finishing celebrity news. Tom Brady in the news over the weekend. Of course, Greg has impacted all of us to the point that we won't even believe our eyes anymore, because Greg says you really can't believe your eyes because, as we all know, we do currently live in a fake world. No one has any idea what is real, what is not real. Sherry and I had a discussion.
You can't believe what you see now. You really can't.
My wife and I, Sherry, this weekend we were discussing, and we really came to the conclusion that it's impossible right now to know. So you just have to hang on to the things that you yourself know to be true.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, you can't really, because you can have somebody sit down and say, well, you won't believe my credentials. Okay, impressive. And I say A. Next person. Next, I have the same credentials as this person, equal in every way, and I say B. And I'm going to tell you I'm an expert, so you better believe B. But the guy before you said he was an expert, too, and he said A.
Right.
But anyway, so, and hey, I know this firsthand. Okay, so did the other guy, said he did. But anyway, so you don't know. And everything you see, you don't know whether it's real or not. So Tom Brady releases this video of him showing his accuracy, and he's throwing any audio.
Yeah.
Should I do?
Yeah, there's audio. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah,
I think that helps.
And so,
I like how he ends it. So he's throwing the ball into a jugs machine, and he tweets out, "I can't wait to throw to actual receivers."
Now, this is the machine we all used to bat off of.
how do you even describe this to somebody that can't see this right now?
A jugs machine.
It's two wheels that are spinning, and whatever ball you're throwing goes down between the wheels, and they shoot it out.
Right, yeah.
And it's like a pitching machine when you're a little kid, but they also make them for football.
Right.
And matter of fact, it was a machine very similar to this that we caught punts with before.
Well, it shoots the ball out. Yeah. It's got the two wheels.
But usually you have somebody loading it, and it shoots it out. I've never seen anybody throw the ball into the machine and it send it back to you. And that's what this video is.
Yeah.
That's why it's so unbelievable that and on his last toss he knocks the machine over and it shoots it straight up in the air.
Yes.
But now, Rick, that is that is accuracy to
my goodness,
to a microscopic level.
So we got like all of the major news outlets, which, but I say that.
Thank you for wasting your breath,
right?
There,
but they all have like straight up stories on it about he shows off his accuracy and blah 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 blah. And so if this is fake, and I know Adler has had some thoughts on it. If this is fake, then they've really done something here, because everybody is acting as if it's real, and it could be. I had sent this to the staff over the weekend when it came out, and I sat there and studied it for 5 minutes before ever sending it, because I was like, well, they're going to make fun of me thinking this is real, especially Greg. And so, but I don't know. It looks real to me, but I don't know what I'm looking for to make it not real. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't pick up on the ball to see if it's somebody just put that in there and.
It's still real to me, damn it.
I don't know. It sure does look
the
real.
machine falling at the end helps me for some reason.
Okay, yeah. Well, Bubba,
I don't know why.
Bubba, I'm going to go to you. You're the closest thing to a physics expert as we have on this show.
Boy, and that's a sad statement there.
So the wheels are spinning out,
right,
at a very high rate of speed.
Yes,
which is why you load it from the backside.
Right.
Is that possible for the ball to go in there
and
it
it stops it for a second,
and it not just be thrown back immediately? It hit it and push it back out
up there.
Rick, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like that before. I mean,
if he could do that, I mean, he would probably play in a bunch of Super Bowls or something.
Yeah, I mean, good night.
Wait a minute.
He may be the greatest quarterback ever.
Win like 7 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
Wait a minute,
playing like 10.
I would say
with two different teams, and one of them that
I just find it strange.
What is he, 45?
He's 43 and entering his 22nd year.
Because of the wheel spinning, like you were talking about. I just find it very odd that you could load it from the front and it shoot that ball out. Like
I would think.
I'm sorry. Here's some video of somebody isolating just the machine, and it looks kind of weird, guys.
No, let's see.
What about that?
I don't think this is possible.
But we know we know.
See, that doesn't look
That
possible.
does look weird.
Guys, it's like they're reversing.
By the way, this is fake. It's
That's
fake
what
video.
that is.
It's fake.
And the background wobbles a little bit as if there's some computer stuff going on.
Okay.
Is that from what he was doing, or is that just somebody showing something different?
That's what he was doing.
Well, yeah, that's fake.
What I'm saying is this. I think it's possible, hear me on this one, it may be possible that the last one was real, but the two that it comes right back to him are not. Because it knocks it down, it flies up in the air.
Boy, it's just so strange. But with video now, it can be manipulated. You know,
It came out and he caught it in one hand. Did this?
You don't know. I mean, you just don't know. You can't trust your eyes.
I'm going back to. Is it possible for wheels to be spinning in the opposite direction that hard and a ball hit it and not just hit it and fall off?
If there's enough force, could it be? If it's perfect?
But it sits there a minute, then
I
comes back.
know.
I don't
Like
know.
I say, the last one falling makes me.
Does it take the wheels a second for the
Because it
friction
shoots
to
it
grab
straight
it?
up in the air on
Maybe.
the last one.
Well,
Wouldn't it make a noise though?
and
Like
again,
a
Greg,
Wouldn't it make a noise?
This is your influence on my life. I'm thinking somebody's probably got some hard, heavyweight fishing line and pulls it down at the end to make this.
So you're going heavyweight.
I know
well,
that
that's the thing.
I'm gonna
We
bring up
can't
something.
see it.
these machines make
Here's
noises.
Oldie.
I'm going to bring this up again. Notice that the third time when it just knocks it down, it shoots up in the air, which is still very impressive.
Yep.
Notice he adjusts everything before he does that throw. He runs back a minute, then he throws.
And I noticed
He
the
goes a
guy
little
back
further
there in the
back,
building
yeah.
with a 40-pound test line pulling it back too.
Right.
With a bait cast.
All right, so those machines don't they make a noise when they shoot the ball? Like it's almost like boom, boom.
Yep.
So can we play it again and listen for that?
There it is.
Well,
You got it on that?
but
That was the
I
last
think it
one.
was to Adler's point. You can do this stuff in reverse too.
Watch.
In other words,
Something looks a
You
little
heard-
weird, right?
You heard the wheels rev up after
So
it
then he
shoots
backs
the
up
ball.
about 10 yards, 5 more yards, and does it again. Oh man.
Let me ask you this: Why is the jugs machine out there to begin with? What's it for?
Well, they might have had receivers out
Throwing
there.
pass routes.
Throwing pass, whatever.
he might have been
Kicks.
doing some kind of camp or something.
I've never seen anybody do it before, and you just think that surely somebody would have had a video of that before.
Aaron Rodgers said he refused to do it for the Packers.
That's good.
He said, Rick, he said he would do it, but he wouldn't disclose where.
Right.
He said he would do it to prove that God didn't exist. But anyway, so I remember when he tried to give a speech on that. But anyway, throw the football.
Right. All right. So shouldn't they have sent out a little tweet? Hey, gotcha or something? I don't know.
Speedy, I know. God love you. Now I will tell you this. And
I'm
you,
just saying they've
look,
got
I
everybody.
Maybe
appreciate
the balls wasn't fully inflated.
Right, that's funny. Let me say this.
That's why he was so accurate.
Speedy, I'll just say this, and you need to go ahead and say it, but I will say this. Saying that all the major news people, shot ready, aimed on a video or a story.
I just thought there might be a line in there.
Yeah.
Now, it's not sure. We're not certain if it's real or not, but there's nothing in there.
Do they do that with all the other stories they put out that aren't
No,
true?
no.
Okay.
Thank you for telling me that.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It's a brand new week, so that means that the Wheel of Meat is back in play. Wheel of Meat could spin any time this week. Rick and Bubba Charity Charge going on today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. And those are all in Alabama, by the way. And you can benefit Never Thirst, outstanding ministry. Never Thirst, the beneficiary on 10% of the food sales at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings today for Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Boom Boom Bazooka, Picking and Cheering are your Rick and Bubba interns this hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Olympic update from the weekend. Just us looking at, this is not Chris Wood, but so you guys catch any of it over the weekend?
You know, Rick, I did. I caught more than I'd planned on. Caught several highlights, too. Of course, the USA basketball team, how you look good. France dusted you.
Wait, look, I'm with Greg. I just don't think they're motivated. I do think the rest of the world has gotten better.
I think they're playing selfish.
I think that you to beat the rest of the world now, you have to play harder. It takes more effort, and it's an effort I'm with you. I just don't think they have. I think they're pandemic worn out, weird. You know, some of the stuff they had to go through. Now you're in the Olympics. Everything's empty.
I'll say something too, Rick. That'll bother a lot of people, and I think y'all agree. They're not as tough. They're not as tough as a dream team. Think about that.
Yeah.
So you're going to outmatch Barkley and Jordan and all those guys. Think about how tough they had to play.
Yeah, well, that desire to come and win, and how hard the Jordans of the world and the Barkleys of the world played. It's
too soft.
Yeah, I think you're right. You look at the game now, and this is from people who watch it. Like I said, I don't see a lot of the NBA, and they say there's a lot of falling down. They said at times they flop as bad as soccer players.
Wow.
So, and I don't know that because I haven't seen.
France had 4 NBA players on its team, but of course we have all NBA players on our team.
Right.
And that's just silly. That's ridiculous. Kevin Durant, I saw he had like 10 points and fouled out. Booker, who was the hot shooting guard for the Suns, he had 4 points. I mean, and a lot of the highlights I saw, they were coming down the court taking terrible shots when they had somebody else open.
All right, on that,
very
felt like an
selfish.
all-star game, didn't it?
Yeah,
caution. I acknowledge there's a pivot about to happen, but I based on all the other things I've already said today, if I don't deal with it now, I probably won't remember to come back to it. Mm-hmm. But y'all brought up basketball. What in the world is the basketball league?
The D-League?
Have y'all seen that? I'm sitting there eating at a restaurant, and I look up on the screen.
You mean now 3-on-3 Olympics?
No.
They got that too.
No. These are straight-up basketball teams playing each other, and they're like they're like teams called, like a nickname.
Where? On
Okay,
TV? You saw it on TV?
you're talking about in Tampa. You're talking about in Tampa. It's $1 million tournament.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're saying that what I was seeing was just a region of it, meaning there's teams everywhere. Right. And it'd be like us saying, let's get a team together. We'll call ourselves the whatever. The Rednecks, and tonight the Rednecks are taking on the Storm or something. It's
Rick.
It's
this is like the
team.
second or third year they've had it.
What is
and
it?
The winning team gets $1 million.
Right, but what is it?
It's just a guy who wanted to have a pickup basketball tournament and put a lot of money in it, and he sold it to ESPN, and now it's got a lot of money.
They show you all the logos of the teams,
and a lot of them have gone back and got like alumni of certain schools, and they're playing together. Like Auburn had a team, and it was called War Tampa at one time. Now, over 3 years, I don't think they've won a game yet. But it's that kind of thing. You have there was one team that was made up of Tennessee, West Virginia graduates or alumni that used to play on those teams.
Yeah.
So you got all kind of crazy pairings.
Yeah, like I saw one.
You're right.
Yeah.
I saw it.
I was sitting there. It was actually dinner on Friday, and I look up and like the men of Mackey are taking on the I don't know what the other bunch was called, and I was like, what is this? And the fact that it's being shown on ESPN, and I think it's what we would love. Like I think it's called nothing more than the basketball tournament.
That's it.
That's it.
TBT.
It's called
TBT
tournament.
That's it.
The basketball tournament.
Yeah.
And it's weird, and there's a lot of teams.
64 to be exact.
Yeah. And because they kept showing all the logos, I'm like, what is this?
Wow.
And it looks like somebody's trying to like market it, like you can wear. Like they had developed some fans that had their logos on and stuff. It was odd. Were y'all familiar with this?
Maybe we
I've
should
seen it
be.
the last couple of years. It's just a pickup tournament.
Okay, so
Maybe we should look to these guys to support our country.
I was about to say maybe we put them in there. So anyway, and just like before, and look, this is just me, and I'm affected by this. Like Sherry got fired up last night about trying to watch the gymnastics for a minute because she loves to watch that, and you see somebody do this incredible thing, and all you hear is, "That's good, girl." Yeah, there's no roar, there. There's no crowd, right. There's nobody, and I just can't.
Tough.
That atmosphere just kills it for me. I can't watch it. Yeah. It just feels so dead.
Yeah.
You know why, Rick? Because it is.
Yeah, there's nobody there.
I mean, somebody does something that you think you can't believe what you just saw that person do, and this is it. You go, girl. And that's all you hear.
Right.
And it's like, man, where are people going nuts?
I think the only event
we
that
need
has
the Australian swim coach all in the stage.
Yeah. The only event that has spectators is cycling because they just walk out onto the roadside and cheer as they go by. And even the announcers were like, this is rare because nothing else has fans.
It's weird.
I've seen a couple times in the pool where some of the other athletes, because U.S. will come in and watch or whatever, and since they have so many athletes and you're indoors and it kind of echoes,
you get a little something.
Of course, Rowdy Gaines fires everybody up too with his commentary.
That's a great Rowdy Gaines.
By the way, I want to hear Rowdy do a horse race.
Yeah,
and they're off.
I mean, he does.
You know what? He's that way in real life. I mean, we used to see him quite a bit before we moved to Colorado. So he was.
But I don't know. It's just I'm just. It's just odd that I'm so affected by that. Yeah. I'm very affected by
Rick,
it.
do you remember when he gave us?
I feel like I'm watching practice.
Do you remember when he gave us one of his gold medals to put in the restaurant?
I do remember that. I'd forgotten about that.
How about that?
Yeah.
And then when we tried to give it back to him, he was kind of nonchalant about picking it up.
Did we give it back?
Yeah,
okay,
I think so.
Didn't he try to teach Betty how to swim?
He did, yeah. That was Betty's first swim coach, was Rowdy Gaines, by the way.
Rowdy Gaines, the gold medalist.
And I hate to say it, Rowdy didn't get it completely done. So
he worked with my kids too.
Yeah, he had one of those swim tanks that has the stream in it in his basement, so you could go in there and like really
at
swim,
one time,
and you're just not going anywhere.
At one time, Rowdy Gaines lived about 6 to 7 minutes from my house.
No, he's a great guy, by the way. Great guy.
And you'd be hanging around.
Well, we'd see him. He'd come by the show every now and then.
Yeah, he turned the tank on. Here we go.
He can make anything exciting.
Kids, jump in. Let Rowdy Gaines show you how to swim.
Always in a good mood.
Yeah, he was. Very upbeat guy.
Yeah,
as you can tell.
Seems like
if
it.
you've listened. And knows a lot about it too.
Yeah,
you got him, and Michael Phelps is doing a fantastic job too, talking about it, commentating this year. So you have him and Phelps up there in the booth together. It's really cool.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Now Phelps, he's not on no wacky weed, is he? He's
no. He sounded kind of relaxed.
Look, I thought he won another gold. He didn't.
No,
is he not it seemed like he's been swimming my entire life.
Chris Wood told me he won another gold.
I thought he was on the same team with Mark Spitz. You remember him?
Oh yeah.
So
Mark Spitz.
So speaking of that, Jordan out of Gadsden is talking about looks like he's going to talk about the women's gymnastics.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, what's your comment on the Olympics?
Okay, so I don't know. I read a story yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but the Olympic Gymnastics Committee has decided that Simone Biles is too good.
I agree.
And that because she is too good, she will be scored differently so she does not blow out every other competitor in the gymnastics.
Haven't heard that.
I think I saw this last night just with her getting in. Like, hey, we can't let her not be a part of this particular event, so we've got to make her score. This other, who's the coach's kid, I don't know her name, owned the
vault?
Was it the vault?
I can't remember.
What the balance beam? The beam.
Oh, the beam. Yeah.
She owned the beam, and her score was like 12.
I saw
and Simone struggled, and she had like a 14-something, and I'm like,
well, that would be the opposite of Georgia.
Does that have to do with the difficulty of the moves, and don't they judge it on that?
On what you do.
Yeah. But you would think if and I saw that last night, you would think.
But the caller's saying that they judge her. They're keeping her scores down, so she doesn't. She didn't do great last night by her standards, even though she's still in the lead.
Yeah, it didn't seem that way last night. To Helmsley's point, because she scored. They actually see. It may be the difficulty, like you're talking about, Bubba, that she backed up 3 steps, and they still gave her like a 14-2. And then the other girl did hers, which looked to me, of course I'm not an expert, perfectly. And they scored her a 12-8.
Well, it even caught the announcers off guard.
Yeah.
And then when it starts catching them off guard, and they politically correct, they can't say anything. That's when I was like, what in the world?
So she's getting scores better than you think she could?
No, I thought she did last night. But there is statements that the guy's making about people don't want to celebrate excellence. There was a big story back in 16 in regards to this.
We'll be back 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show will meet back and play again this week. So thank you for being with us. So we're finishing talking about the Olympics over the weekend. It's not an official Olympic update, but Helmsy was telling me, and I will say this, and I got a lot of emails about this over the weekend. I know that Beth Mowens is doing the softball. Beth Mowens is problematic if you're in a perfect situation. Let me tell you the worst case, Beth. Empty stadium. So now you got it's Beth, all Beth.
I'm gonna be honest.
USA women's team comes out of it.
All right.
That footage of her trying to dance that day.
Greg.
That was disturbing.
Here for you, the Olympic softball. It's Beth Mowens.
See, you've ruined it.
No crowd. I'll bring you here. I'll provide the enthusiasm.
Which one was it that could dance? Was it Holly Rose?
Yeah, Holly was bringing it.
She had to move.
Holly was cutting the hip.
Bubba, you talking about my old sister Horo?
I don't know if I'd say
now
that.
That's what we call her.
She got Smitty with her.
And
that
that's who's in
sidekick,
there.
Smitty.
Well, and that's when
Isn't
I
that right,
realized.
Smitty?
That's when I realized it's not that it's a woman announcer. It's because Smitty was fine to me. I was enjoying hearing Smitty talk about the game. It's that annoying, nauseating voice.
Well,
that
now,
Beth has.
see, Beth Mowens, I'm trying to
And
be.
you don't help, Rick.
I'm trying to be. I'm authoritative. I'm just know as much as the guys know.
All I hear
I
now
do
is Rick
football.
doing it.
I do football.
Yeah.
She was telling a story
And
last night
softball's my foundation.
about. She's telling a story last night about this young lady who would go out in her backyard and play, and all I could think about was you saying yard.
Yard.
Yeah, that's how she was saying in her
You're talking about
backyard.
yard. She plays out there in the backyard.
Got an email.
And her daddy catches.
Watching U.S. softball. Thanks, Rick. That's it. Got a lot of that. Thanks, Rick.
Oh, empty stadium,
Rick,
Beth. Hey, empty stadium, Beth.
Rick, they won on a walk-off, too. Don't you know that call was something?
Oh, my goodness. And she'll go out of the yard. A walk-off for USA.
I do want to hear it
Say
now.
it, Smitty.
Look, if while everybody's on an equality,
Give me a yickety yak.
while everybody's on a,
Yickety, yeah.
while everybody's kneeling Rick for equality, can we
Rick,
not
did you
get the
catch-
women a softball field?
I mean, hey, that's
Yeah, that
embarrassing.
is-
Goodness
that's sad.
gracious!
So how many billions of dollars did Tokyo spend on the Olympics? And we can't have a softball
Hey,
field?
can we drop maybe
I'm
another
gonna say,
million?
if
maybe?
the soccer team wants to kneel for the equality in softball, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm about to agree with you.
Hey, Rick, they put
Hey,
temporary
this is the
fences up
Olympics.
everywhere.
This
Like
is
we're in
the
a softball
Olympics.
complex. You
Rick,
know,
I want to
they
hear
put
Beth
tents
say
up.
that she caught just a sniff of gold on that long hit.
Oh, as that left the yard, there's just a sniff of gold.
Headed that way.
Hey, it's gold time. You heard of gold time? It's gold time. Right, Smitty? Hey, Smitty, how'd you like that sushi? Stopped, had a delicious lunch, and then somebody hit out of the yard. And a sniff of gold.
I bet the sushi there's good.
Oh, fantastic.
Huh?
I bet it's
Don't
fresh.
get any better.
I bet it's fresh.
Hopefully COVID free.
Let's
Did you tell me DeChambeau got it? He
Yeah,
got
he's tested positive. He had to back out of the Olympics.
COVID test positive. Beauchambeau.
Was it John Rahm too?
Yeah, Rom. Yeah, both
Well, he's
of them.
had COVID issues last month or so.
You think Kepka's in the lab
I
working
want
on
to
that?
say fully
How many
vaccinated.
times is that guy going to get?
I think Rom fully vaccinated too.
Jimbo blamed his driver.
I met a gentleman this weekend.
You remember the other day when he got mad about his driver?
I met a
His
guy this
sponsor, he's
weekend.
dogging his sponsor.
Fully vaccinated.
You
that
talking
got
about
it.
the driver he hits with or the Uber
But it was
that
mild.
took him over there?
It was mild.
Big Chambeau. Is my Chambeau vaccinated? Had COVID? Either I know. John Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. John, go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys. I just wanted to say that Beth is annoying, but I would take listening to Beth call every sporting event for the rest of my life if I never had to hear Gary Danielson again.
Are you serious?
Good.
I don't
No.
know.
What is he
That's-
talking
That's
about?
an
Gary
Alabama
did a good
fan
job.
that
It's
doesn't
not
like
even
Gary.
close.
Wait a minute.
Look,
How
you can
can
be-
you make that
Look,
statement?
you can be anti-Gary. That's fine. Don't go that far with that. You don't mean
And you know what that is?
You don't mean that.
That's what I was
You
going
don't mean
that
that.
caller's not allowed to call
He
me.
makes my skin
No,
crawl.
got all that. Got all that. Just don't
He
say he's
does-
worse than Beth
No,
Mowens.
and
You cannot like him, and you can say he's not my favorite. It makes my skin crawl. But please don't say that you would rather Brad Ellis to be sitting there with Beth Mowens. I mean, you can't say that.
Come on, man.
yeah,
You don't mean that.
he's an Alabama fan.
That's all.
That's all that is.
And
He
Gary's
doesn't like him.
retired.
Yeah, probably doesn't like Vern either.
I meant Vern. I'm sorry. Vern's retired, so he can't get him.
Gary Danielson and Brad Ellis and
I
Beth
always thought
Mowens.
Danielson actually.
He knows what he's talking about. I know that.
Pretty good. I never.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty fair.
When you talk about a voice that makes your skin crawl, now you may say
I'm talking about the sound of the voice.
That's
the only thing we're talking about.
Yeah,
with Beth.
Gary's voice. I mean, you may like what he
disagree
says.
with him,
Beth, no, here's the difference. Beth can say something I agree with, and I still hate it.
Thank you.
I mean, because I just hate the way it sounds.
Right.
You know,
That's a great point.
Scott in Opelika. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, didn't know if y'all saw the 400-meter women's race last night in swimming, and the reaction of the Australian coach. They kind of did a story of how he coached his swimmer. Her last name is Titmus. And
yeah, we did.
Was,
we saw it, and we've been seeing the replays. The problem is this: we can't play the footage because we tried to do Olympic footage on our YouTube channel on Friday, and we got blackballed or whatever it was.
Have you seen the full celebration he did?
I
When
think
he grabbed
so.
the glass
rail.
They lost it.
The combination of these TVs up here, I think I saw the entire thing.
Yeah.
I saw him grab the rail.
The funny thing about it is there is a Korean official or Japanese official, and she is so concerned about his mask, and he took it off, and she's about to have a fit. And
he almost threw it.
I saw him rip it off and all that. She said, "Be like everybody else, wear it around your chin so that we fake that we are doing something."
Yeah. What he did to that railing, they had to censor.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not a scientist.
Blur it. Yeah.
I'm not even going to talk about the level of the mask and all that. But I do know this: if you don't have your nose and your mouth covered, the mask,
no hope.
No matter how you feel about mask, I know that doesn't do it.
Rick, COVID is not being spread through your chin.
Right. That I know. Yeah. And
but so covering your chin up, you're not helping anyone.
Yeah.
Can we give these swimmers a pass too when they get out of the pool and they have just exerted every ounce of energy that they have? Let's not make them put a mask on.
Did you know what? Can I tell you this?
Goodness
Last night, and you may have missed it, and I don't know how I ended up seeing this, but some Canadian won some swimming thing.
Oh, yeah.
And she was standing there being interviewed with no mask.
Okay, see, that helps me.
Yeah, she real tired too.
Some did.
She was real tired. She may have said, "I'm sorry. If I put the mask on, I'm gonna pass out." If I put the mask on, I'm gonna pass out.
Because she didn't give them a lot, really.
No,
I wanted more answers.
Real
It's like
tired.
she couldn't breathe.
Let's give them a 3-minute rule before we interview them.
Well, first of all, let's try this, and I know this is outlandish. Let's do science. If you're the only person standing here, and I'm the only person interviewing you, and I'm distanced from you, and I've got a stand-up mic you're talking in, I'm not going to catch COVID from you if I just interview you here for a minute. And there's no one else around you, and I'm more than 6 feet from you, and you're answering a few questions. I don't think there's a scientist alive that would say, "Now that's a problem right there."
I don't know. Fauci might, Rick.
Well,
Problematic.
Until Thursday when he changes his mind.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show with you. And we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up before the show is done today.
Now, what was that one called, Rick? I'm curious
this
now,
one.
since you told me that other time.
This one is called. Okay. I don't even know how to. It's called.
That's snappy.
That Punk is Playing in My House by LCD Sound System.
There you go.
That feels a little more speedy like, doesn't it? All right, so it's like a combination of our two worlds in one song. Got a good riff? Got a good bit? All right, so simplysafebubba.com. Go there right now at simplysafebubba.com right now to customize a security system for your home, for your business, for your property, whatever the case may be. And you put it together so you don't have to worry about any installation or anything like that. Hey, I'm sitting here waiting on the crew to get here. You don't have to worry about any of that. When will y'all be coming to my house to do this? Sometime between 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Would you mind canceling everything you have to do today and all your responsibilities and sitting in your house and waiting on us? We don't know when we'll be there. It's nothing like that. What it is you install it yourself, so there's no cost, there's no hassle, and someone's there to help you. You know, if you think, well, hey, you're like me, man. You know, they say no, anybody can do this, and then when they say that, then there's a picture of me. It says, except maybe people like this guy. And so if you need some help, they'll help you. But anyway, then you're monitored 24/7 for about $15 a month. You can customize them so much more. Use the current technology, so you don't have to have any part of your house that goes, I don't really feel good about that one. You can put these sensors wherever you need to. We're going to give you a free security camera that goes with the security system that you design. You don't pay anything for that. And you're not in any kind of contract. And there's somebody always there with you. If you have a problem of any kind, they are there. SimplySafeBubba.com. Also find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. They also give you a 60-day risk-free trial. Bubba was out on the road this weekend, and something happened, and I don't want to cause a panic in the audience. Is what this is tied to, because we have things going on in our world. We have the things that the pandemic has caused. Then we have the indirect things, the pandemic. We have the direct things it's caused. Then we have the indirect. And that is, there's a huge shortage of people who are willing to work right now because we decided to pay them as much, if not more, to not work as you could make to work. So there's a lot of places that, like I told you, just said, well, we can't function our normal day because we don't have enough employees to provide our service for the hours that we normally do. So that may be what happened. But anyway, so we had this weekend at First Baptist Church, Decatur, Alabama, the home of 100.3 The River. First of all, the odd thing about how we're getting older, and I mentioned one earlier when I met a former intern, and I didn't understand what she was saying, and I thought that she was saying that her name was Minnie Mouse when she was here, not Minnie Mouth. But anyway, so it was good to meet her and see her again and meet her husband. But anyway, so Saturday night was a men's gathering, like a man church. And then Sunday morning, I stayed to speak at the 10:30 service. They just have one service there. Well, first of all, I had to get through the fact that the pastor is a guy that I went to church with, Blake Kersey, just salt of the earth, godly man. But I know him when he was just like a kid at the church, okay, because we went to church together. I was there 20 plus years. So you think about 20 years, a lot can change in a person's life in 20 years.
Sure it can.
So to me, he was just like the young kid that everybody liked, and and then he helped with the children's ministry for a while. And I remember the first time I started thinking, because you don't realize that people actually turn into grown men, and I remember thinking, he's a pastor, and I was like, really, Kersey? And they're like, oh yeah, he's fantastic. And I'm like, are you serious? Because I can't get him out of the mode that I'm this older man at the church and he's this young kid, right. and 20-year-old or whatever. Well, he's in his 40s now, Rick, and he has like multiple children and is married, and he's pastoring at the church and has been at First Baptist Decatur for 7 years.
Wow.
And so when I'm getting there, I'm thinking, it's just going to be weird, Kersey. I've never seen him in his full-blown pastor mode. Oh, he's fantastic, and everybody there will tell you. I mean, he's the way he handled it and the way they put it together and the job they did was incredible. Have seen a lot of special things, and Blake Kersey, the pastor, told me the same thing. Really, really special weekend, and I'll just leave it at that. We saw incredible things Saturday night and Sunday morning. So I'm just thankful to him and the job they did. It was obvious that it was bathed in prayer, that they had done their part to prepare. They were expecting the Holy Spirit to move, and you know what? It did. And we were all impacted by it, and it was great. So one of the things that we like to do, and y'all all know this, is, you can, when you're on the road, or something, it's just a wonderful thing. And I'm not saying this is the greatest thing to do for health. I'm just talking about for fun. Is when you've had something that went well, and you kind of want to celebrate, and it's over. And I had already on the way in. I said, if things go well tonight, and I was traveling with everybody's favorite Greek Cajun, Andrew Varvutis. I said, let's see if we can find a Waffle House. Ooh. I said, because standard conference weekend or whatever, standard after the first night, it's standard that we go to Waffle House before we go back to the hotel. That's standard. And we found one that was like 0.1 from the hotel, and I was like, "Look, we spotted on the way, and there it is."
There it is.
So we finish up. It's great, and I said, "I just got 2 words." And he looked at me and said, "Well, you mean talk about Waffle House?" I said, "We have to go to Waffle House." And he said, 100%. And so first of all, we get in and we're going, and we just see an old yellow sign, and I'm just like, here we go. Now we're gonna sit down, talk about what happened. Talk about how great it was, man. Wasn't that phenomenal, man? Wasn't that cool, man? Would you talk to that one guy? Did you hear what? And so, and you do that while you're cramming a waffle in your mouth, and there's not. It's one of those things in life that is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
And that old heavy plate says Waffle House on it. There's a short order cook back there. So as soon as we get out, first of all, we laughed at how into it we were, because I almost drove past it. And Varvutis started reacting as if like snakes had been thrown in a truck. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I'm like, what a reaction to almost going past the turn-in. He goes, well, don't mess this up, man. You almost missed it. So then we have to U-turn. That'll take another 30, 40 seconds.
Somebody else could get in there and get your booth.
Whoa, 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 whoa. At first, I thought somebody was about to hit us. I didn't know. I nearly went past the turn-in. So we park, and I get out, and I already know it's trouble. I look, and I see chains inside, chaining off booths.
Oh.
And I was like, what? I mean, it's only like 9:30, something like that. And I'm like, what? And so I, as I walk up, I see the terrible sign, to-go orders only. No sit down.
Boy.
Oh, man.
At the doggone Waffle House?
Kick to the gut.
At the doggone Waffle House?
It was going so well.
You thought you could have a waffle.
And I said, you can't
Rick,
even.
there's no way there could be disease at a Waffle House. Nothing can survive all that frying.
Do you think they just don't have enough employees? It has nothing to do with the variant officer?
Probably.
They can't handle it, yeah.
So, like an idiot, we said, quick, hit Google. All right, we got it 3.1 miles. Okay.
But let's
They
go.
roped off.
Let's
too?
go. We call, they won't answer.
Not good.
But we have to know. And by the way, the announcement didn't say anything other than, "Hey man," and it said "dine in" on the
Okay. And it's only
You were
3
hoping
miles.
everybody was busy working.
I thought there's a problem here. This one over here is fine. I don't know why I thought 3.1 miles was going to make a difference. By the way, it ended up being more like 6 miles, and I'd like to talk.
They'll
to
lie to you every once in a while.
Yeah. So anyway,
That's how they get you.
because I don't think you'd put one 3 miles from there, but you will 6. So we move over to the other side of town, and when I get out, Greg, and this, I thought about you because I know you live for this. Standing out front, smoking a cigarette. Somebody who's coming to Waffle House under the normal circumstances. Hey. I mean, they ain't gonna let you eat in there. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. I just told him I wanted orange juice.
Orange juice.
Then I said, so you didn't want to eat? Hey, I just want you guys to be disappointed. I'm just telling you. They ain't gonna sit in there and eat.
Get to what now?
Sit in there and eat.
Sit
in there and eat.
Right.
Hey, let me tell you what you need to do. He's an IHOP. This is the best moment of it all. He goes, go down 1 red light.
Smoking.
Two red lights. three red lights. And Andrew and I said, do you think we can get 4? and 4 red lights. Turn left. It's right there on your right. 1 red light. 2 red lights, 3 red lights, and then the 4th red light. IHOP. That's where I'm going. And I'm like, oh, well, then let's not do that then.
Maybe we can share a booth.
Yeah. I said, I hope you're going to get a ride.
Yeah.
You know? So we could not find a Waffle House at 9. This is 9 something at night. This is not 1 o'clock in the morning, even though that they're usually available then.
Yeah.
You remember they used to go, hey, if Waffle House is shut down, something's bad. Something, it's a major event. But now it's.
I got to know what you did.
Well, I'll tell you who was there for us.
Okay.
Our friends at Krispy Kreme. We had to have a celebration of some kind. And so we found a Krispy Kreme, went to the drive-thru, and said, can we come in? And they said, yeah, sure. And we came in, guy and said he and his wife were big fans of the show that was running it. We both put our hats on, and we got glaze that were hot and ready.
Ooh.
That's a dinner right there, buddy.
Yeah.
So you didn't go to 4 Lights and take a left?
No, that's where he's going. I wasn't going. Usually when I take directions, I probably don't follow those. They didn't feel reliable.
Could have had eggs, but no, you went for donuts.
Right.
Oh, well played.
Yeah, but so you had to go with the bird in hand.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. There's the phone troll music. First phone troll of the day, first one of the week. So participate now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's open up all 10 lines. You make a comment, you ask a question, you bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But if you have a comment, you have a question, you're bringing information to the table, we are excited to talk to you. We're taking this show and we're handing it off to you. That's how much we trust this audience. Or it's how little discernment we really have. Gulf Shores, Alabama. Is Sunny 105? We back up? We full speed again?
I don't know if we're full, but they're up.
All right, they're up. Sunny 105 Dude is standing by. Hey, Dude, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
What's up, Tater Heads?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen. Hey, we had the same issue at Waffle House down here in Loxley last week.
They're calling you right now.
To-go orders only. And we walked in there. They said, you can order it, you can stand here and fix it, but you can't eat sitting down.
Well, is this a lack of employees, or is
lack of employees? Had 3 people working, and the funny thing was 4 Hispanic guys come to the front door and they holler, "You can't eat in here." That's how they answer you.
That's probably not the way to go. I think I'd meet with everybody again and say, you shouldn't shout at people you can't eat in here.
Yeah.
To-go only.
Yeah, you probably just say, hey, we're just doing to-go orders. I'm so sorry.
Post a big sign.
Happy to fix you whatever you want, but you'd have to take it to go.
I would even say put a sign out because of limited staff.
Yeah, explain it. Really explain it.
Yeah,
and
order to go only.
I think people appreciate you explaining it.
Yeah, they really do, because I got news for you. When that big yellow sign is illuminated, you're picturing yourself in that red booth, and you're picturing yourself with that plastic menu in your hand, and you want that big old white plate with some eggs on it.
I picture myself squeezing into that booth and getting ready for some good food.
Can you imagine how excited I was? You know that feeling too when you feel like something it went well.
Yeah,
you know, let's all go celebrate.
Oh yeah.
It even takes away a line. You remember the man church story of old, the one that involved the 2 screens in the picture they put up on the screen? Remember that great story?
Yeah.
And it was something that really didn't need to be up on the screen, and they didn't know it. Does everybody remember that?
Awkward.
When I walked over to the person that did that, my quote to them was, this is how much of a tradition this is. You know, when we're out on the road and we're doing conferences, and after the Friday night session, we all go to Waffle House and tell stories of the road. And he said, yes. I said, you got a good one.
Yeah.
And he was like, what? And I said, oh, just wait. You got a dilly. And then his face went all
You guys and the comedians.
Let's go to Chris in Columbus.
They're a later shift.
Yeah, they are. Chris, go ahead. Welcome.
Hey guys, I just wanted to comment on the Tom Brady video y'all were talking about earlier. We use some of those jug machines on a pretty regular, and they're soft. The tires on them are soft; they're not firm like a regular tire. And you can adjust those speeds on those machines to where, if you notice in the video, when he throws the ball into the machine, the impact of the ball hitting the machine picks the front leg of the machine up a little bit, and it's probably turned down so low that it almost brings the machine to a stop and then shoots the ball back out, because he's really not standing that far. And a quarterback of Tom Brady's caliber, from that far, throwing it hard into that machine, it'll almost bring that machine to a stop. And then when it kicks back out, it'll throw the ball back out.
So you think it can be real then? It can physically happen?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it all could be doctored, but you did hear the wheels and the motors ramping up when the ball shot out.
And his comment about the legs is a game changer for me.
Yeah.
Because if you're hitting it and those legs are rocking back, then that tells me that there's actually some force going that way.
Yeah, there you go. Henry in Wetumpka. Henry, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I hear that Gordon Lightfoot is working on a song for Bubba called The Wreck of the Bill Bubba Bus.
That's good. That's good.
It's been good to know you.
Legend, they say, down Alex City was the wreck of the Bill Bubba Bussy. Gosh,
the wreck of the Bouncing Betty.
That's so good. The wreck of the Bouncing Betty. Troy in Alabama. Troy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. I went to a Waffle House over in Georgia about 2 weeks ago. Sign on the door says like 7 to 9 p.m. hours or something. I walk in there at 8:05, and as soon as I walk in, they say, we're closed. And I said, sign on the door says 9. And he said, yeah, but we're closed. We ain't serving. I said, well, y'all just make your own hours. He said, no, we start shutting down at 8. That way we can get out of here by 9.
I kind of ran into that. Yep.
Gosh, y'all,
That's Corey told you a couple weeks ago, Bub.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
told you to eat it, Val.
Yep, he did.
Guys-
And you made you like it.
No,
Guys-
not to eat it.
Waffle House. That's right. Guys, we're talking about Waffle House.
Yeah.
Right.
Again,
It's never closed. It was known for it. Hey, it's never closed.
anything like that seems such a sure thing, for it not to be a sure thing, means that our whole society's coming apart.
Didn't a lot of states stop sending out checks for people to stay at home?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know where the power company's supposed to eat. We used to eat there in the middle of the night all the time. I bet them boys had to take a sack lunch.
Greg, I mean, is there prophecy that says the Waffle House will stop opening? I mean,
they used to say that was when it's a major event if Waffle House is shut down because they never close.
And
when the
Waffle House to
COVID,
go
when
at
the
9
COVID
at night.
hit and they said they were shutting down, we all went, uh-oh, this is real now.
that's right.
This is real.
Hey.
That and the basketball
Well,
tournament.
I just worry because I know we have one right by my house that nearly didn't survive the first shutdown, and I hope we've learned we can't shut down again. I know it's serious. I know we got to be. I'm not
Vigilant.
I'm not diminishing any of that, but we can't shut society down again.
No,
that is not the answer to this situation. It wasn't the answer the first time. It was a mistake. So don't make that mistake again. You move forward and you got to get to the other side of this through people who are vaccinated, people who've already had it, and then people who get it, that it's not a big deal to them, and they push on through. And then we take care of those that are struggling. I mean, that's what we have to do. We can't shut this whole thing down again.
As a matter of fact, when all's said and done, the shutdown may have prolonged.
Absolutely.
We don't know yet. We'll see.
Jewel in Florida. Jewel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I want to wish my husband, Robert Webb, happy anniversary, 18 years today.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Jewel. Jennifer, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, we're going to Huntsville, and our boss is listening, so we want to tell him good morning.
Are y'all supposed to be at work?
Are y'all supposed to be at work?
Where do you work at?
We work at Allstate in Chelsea.
Why are you going to Huntsville?
We're on our way to work.
You're from Huntsville.
Boy,
we lost them.
Really went south there.
If y'all supposed to
I
be at
thought
work,
she said Allstate in Chelsea.
she did, and she said we're on our way to work from Huntsville. And at first, I thought she said the opposite. Second time, she changed.
Confused.
I started getting secondhand and stopped listening.
I wonder if I didn't see them outside Waffle House. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the Broadcast Plaza. November turned gloomy. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Somebody brought it up. Do you think the first time that Gordon Lightfoot brought this in, somebody said, "What is this?" Well, you just sit and tell a story while I riff on the guitar? You just going to tell a story? What is this?
Do you think it made them feel funny too, like it does us?
Oh yeah.
Because I go, now what happened?
What happened? Yeah, you think I don't love a story song?
It owns me.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
All right, here we go. COVID update. Here we go. Spiking with the variant. What does it mean? Vaccine, no vaccine, natural antibodies. It's all just a big old mess and hard to follow. But let's update you on things that are happening as a result. NFL to fine unvaccinated players $14,650. I don't know how we came up with that number.
I mean, to be exact.
How about $15,000 or $14,000? Let's round it up. For any violation of COVID-19 protocol. Now, keep in mind what they're saying here. Now, we know for a fact, and praise God, it appears to still help. This is not an anti-vax statement, but we know it is factual that there are fully vaccinated people that are still testing positive. And I'm going to use the right words because, I'm just going to use what is fact. Fact is, they've tested positive for the variant, but haven't heard of any that I know of that have been hospitalized or had problems. They still think it helps to minimize the impact. Now, I have no problem with that assessment, and the word that we should use is test positive. So we'll use that word. So what if a vaccinated player violates the protocol and tests positive?
Rick, I just have a hard time believing. I know this is out, but I just have a hard time believing the players' unions go along with this. I mean, they defend people who we have video of them beating their wife up.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right.
And so they're going to let this slide? I don't think so.
But again, we're trying different ways in a free society to kind of pressure people to take the vaccine with things like fines, and you still have to wear a mask if you don't have it, even if you have the antibodies, which that one I think is the grayest area. I did see a release from UAB here in Birmingham that even if you've had COVID-19, and they use the word experts, I don't know who that is, that the experts at UAB, they still suggest that you be vaccinated even if you have the antibodies.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sag had a webinar giving the latest information like over the weekend or late last week, and I think that's what they're pushing.
But I think that that fine, was it Bruce Arians with the Bucks who slipped up and said something in an interview or something to that nature about what the NFL is planning when it came to that $14,000 fine.
He said Bruce Arians would fine a player $14,000 on the spot every time he isn't wearing a mask or is breaking protocol. The article did not directly quote Arians and did not specify whether it was a team rule or a league rule, leading some to speculate that Arians was instituting this fine as his own personal rule.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see that. And I know that over the weekend, a couple assistant coaches were let go because they refused to take the vaccine. Bubba, I think a Vikings assistant.
Don't get him started.
As well, and some other teams.
Well, I mean, maybe if they don't have a coach in that slot, it's an improvement. Who knows?
Yeah. He's very Debbie Downer about the Vikings.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, I have history on my side.
You're right.
Okay.
Sean Penn says he will not shoot a movie unless the movie features the full cast and crew fully vaccinated.
Who's that?
He was at Sean Penn. He's on the set of the Watergate series Gaslit, and he claims that he will not be part of it. He will not shoot his part if anybody associated with it at all, cast or crew, is not vaccinated.
What if Hugo Chavez doesn't wear a mask when they're hanging out together? He's big. Yeah, they're big buddies.
Well, no.
Well, they were. He's dead now.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, be clear. Let me be clear. And you saw, what's this guy, Danny, what's his name on, is it MSNBC or CNN that says
Bonaducci
over the weekend, Danny something, DEU, I don't know how you say his last name. But he said that he thinks that sometimes stupid people. We have to think for them. We just need to give people vaccines and don't give them a choice in it because some people are too stupid. It was something like that.
Something along those
Research
lines.
that. It's
Okay.
Danny something. He's either CNN or MSNBC. But anyway, back to Sean Penn. It's kind of like what the people said about one of the co-founders of the organization Black Lives Matter. When they built themselves all these houses, well, they're Marxists. So remember, Marxists always think the government should tell you what to do, and that the government should live one way and the people live another. That's actually quite consistent.
Well, no, they think that as long as they're in control of it.
So
they think they've got the upper hand.
When
on
Sean Penn loves Hugo Chavez, and Sean Penn loves communists, conveniently after he's made all his money in a free society that was capitalist.
Right.
Sean Penn is being consistent when he says, "Well, I'm not coming down there and shooting anything unless we force all these people to get a vaccine." That's what a Marxist would say.
Yep.
Because remember that the government and whoever's in charge is smarter than you. You're just a bunch of idiots.
Sure.
So we have to
take care of it for you.
We have to force things on you because you're too stupid to think for yourself. Now this is the thing we got to watch out with hyperbole as well. We know it's out there everywhere. Bubba sent this to me over the weekend. So DailyMail.com uses this headline: hospitalized right-wing anti-vaxxer radio host is fighting for his life with COVID-19, and his family says he regrets not being pro-vaccine. If you actually
we're talking about Phil
We're talking
Valentine
about Phil
from
Valentine.
Nashville, who we know, we've met several times, had dinner with one time.
If you actually go and read the quotes and the things that he actually said, he's not an anti-vaxxer.
Right.
An anti-vaxxer is someone who doesn't believe you can take vaccines of any kind, anytime, anywhere, and that they're all bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Phil Valentine. Phil Valentine even said some people should be vaccinated if you're high risk. See, an anti-vaxxer doesn't say those kind of things. No. He's just saying for he himself that he thinks that he would be better off to take his chances on COVID than any long-term effects of the vaccine. And he's kind of working through that. Now, does he now realize that maybe the vaccine was a better choice for him? Probably so. But to cast him as an anti-vaxxer, that isn't true. If you want to say he was critical and questioning the vaccine, that would be accurate.
Yeah.
But that's not an anti-vaxxer. That's someone that says, I'm dealing with what Post Malone said about it, the guy who developed the mRNA stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't it Robert Malone? Is that his name? I think it's something Malone.
Well, I think we nicknamed him Post
Malone.
Yeah, who's actually a scientist.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying, like, a lot of times, look, I don't know. Here's the true facts. And Sherry and I were talking about this yesterday because we're making all these decisions too. The only true statement that anybody can make right now, I really don't care what they have on their resume, because I've seen people with equal resumes that say two different things. No one knows the long-term effects of COVID or the vaccine. No one knows. Now, if you're sitting there unvaccinated and you haven't had COVID, I do think you could look right now and go, it appears on what we have right now, the odds of me having a bad time with COVID are higher than the odds of me having a bad time with the vaccine from what we know now.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you can believe the information that you're being given. Some people say that, there's no doubt that there's been an exaggeration over time of how many deaths are tied to COVID, because we discovered people being labeled COVID deaths that weren't. But still, even if you take, even in my opinion, if you take misinformation and mix it all in, and Sherry's right, because I hate that word, it's either a lie or it's true. Where do we come up with this word misinformation?
It's like misremembering.
Well, we're gonna try to put that under. They lied, but they didn't mean to.
Right. Well, then she would say then that would be called false information.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be deliberate to still be false. I don't know why we're dumbing it down saying miss. She makes a good point on that.
Yeah.
So if you put in all the false information, in case Sherry hears this today, and I agree with you, honey, if you put in all the false information and get down to that number, you still kind of come to the conclusion that more people are struggling right now, we don't know the long term, with COVID than they are with the vaccine. I think that's a fair statement.
Yep.
Now that may change as we go forward, and when I say that, I'm talking about unvaccinated, never had it people. Now, do I know unvaccinated, never had it people that got the variant and have done fine? Yes. Do I know unvaccinated, never had it people who've got COVID and doing really bad? Yes. So I don't know, guys. I really don't. But what we can't live in is a world that says you're too stupid, so get your arm over here and we're going to fire something to you. We can't. There's a certain risk that comes with liberty. There's a certain risk that comes with freedom, and if you and if you don't like that, then go somewhere where they do line people up and force you to do what they want you to do. But here, freedom always comes with a risk. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We be big. So the COVID update is so long today. It's now spilled over into a second segment. There's talk of mask mandates that are under consideration. Fauci, of course, said that on Saturday, talking to CNN, that bringing back mask mandates is under active consideration. I guess he's hoping that we'll ignore his emails that we saw. But anyway, so he said that is, and then there are opponents that are saying that a mask mandate, whether it is given or not by the federal government, it will not be given based on science. And that's what critics are saying, because they're saying the science tells us that it's wide-ranging, and mask they can help to some degree, but the ones that you just pick up that are run-of-the-mill every day, it makes you feel better.
Well, there's a lot of variables there, Rick. I mean, we've had studies that say both ways, that it actually helps, and we've had some that said it doesn't help. But we do know if you don't use the mask right, it certainly is not going to be as effective. That is, you can't use it over and over. You have to keep it up. N95 is much better than the others. And really, all along, the mask is only to help you from spewing germs all over everybody else. It doesn't prevent you from getting it.
Right. And Fauci made that clear in his email that he wished we hadn't found.
Problematic.
It's problematic. But anyway, so now Fauci also wants us to know he's opening up the door for a possible booster shot that is coming for Americans that have the health that seems to be the most vulnerable to having a very, very bad run with COVID. He says transplant patients, cancer, chemotherapy, autoimmune diseases, anyone who has compromised immune system, that there may be a booster that can help there.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that has those issues, you got a problem with something like this. You're much higher risk.
Well, the people in my life, and of course it's very, very few, thankfully, but the ones who did not survive had compromised immune systems. And due to chemotherapy or battle with cancer and things like that. So if they can find some help for that situation, that'd be great. If it can be done without any bad side effects. Now, what about this one? Cuomo now off the hook. The Department of Justice, in a shocker, says it will not investigate COVID-19 nursing home deaths in New York, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
Really?
Just
not even going to investigate.
Just not going to do it.
Wow. It's almost like he was a rider this summer.
Right. It's almost like President Clinton met somebody on tarmac.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Department of Justice says to Cuomo, this bad PR about the nursing homes, don't worry about it. We're not going to investigate that.
That's very bizarre.
And then they said at the bottom, which I thought was weird, so everybody's free to buy his book.
Right.
Yeah. Go back to
Rick. And you know, school
on how to handle the pandemic.
A lot of the country's getting ready to go back to school, and look, we all thought, hey, we got through a school year with all this mask stuff and all this handle, and we finally on the other side of it. We can all get back in the classroom, and we can go to school. And now here this is. And Fauci was like, hey, it's up to local officials on what they want to do. I see a lot of school systems saying, hey, if you come back, kids are going to have masks on. Unvaccinated kids are going to have masks on. And so it presents a handle for the parents now of going, you know, my kid can't wear a mask all day, doesn't want to wear a mask all day. So is online going to be, are we going back to online, virtual? What are we doing?
Well, it's just like everybody else. We're dealing with trying to find the facts in a flood of information that appears to be contradicting itself.
Well, and that's another thing. So the great point you bring up, Speedy, because the online thing for the school system in which my kids, I had one that was online and two that were at school. And we had talked about him continuing to go online. And they said, if you do this, you got to register now. Well, now the game's changed. So I think now what's going to happen is some of these schools that are making these announcements, and there's going to be a lot of parents out there that go, hold on a minute, I'm not sending my kid to school with a mask on all year long or for 6 months or for 3, whatever it is. Not happening, so I'm now going online. So now they're going to have to change the way that they were doing it, setting it up.
Yeah, because, I mean,
we didn't move the ball.
Right. It's
ever
changing.
Yeah.
So it's hard to It's like Jell-O.
And in my school, our school, they haven't made any announcements yet. I'm just assuming based off some that are closer around, it's coming.
Right.
It's like trying to hit a slider on the outside corner. You know, I mean a good one.
You know,
it's there and then it's gone.
You do the best you can do. And
Good night.
Yeah. What do you think's gonna happen, Rick? I don't know. I know who does know though, and I fully trust him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's go to Davis in Alabama. Davis, go ahead. How you doing?
Good, how y'all? Listen, you made a comment earlier about anybody that thinks the government should tell them what to do should go somewhere else. I got an easier one for them. They should just join the military, and then they'll get a taste of what the government telling you what to do feels like.
Yeah, because if once you say that you belong to the government, they pretty much tell you what you can and can't do.
Yeah, they're gonna dictate terms on that.
That's great.
Is that correct?
All right, then. Jared in Scottsboro, listen to us on 101.7. Jared, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Today is my birthday, and I am married to the most beautiful woman in the world. God has blessed me in my life. Don't really need anything for my birthday, but all I want is for you guys to sing happy birthday to me.
That's all you want? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Sing it, Greg.
Happy birthday, dear Jared. Happy birthday to you. There you go, buddy.
You're getting old.
You're done, buddy.
We needed Gerald Cates right there.
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh, yeah,
we
him or
did.
Chris.
Nate in Oklahoma. Nate, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I want to tell you I got a call this weekend from the CDC immunization survey. And tell you what, it was obviously very slanted questions that started off fairly normal and ended up in the very liberal, like what your race is, and do you feel like because of you're white, do you feel like your health care is more available to you? Just craziness. But the lady, obviously, she was probably just part of a survey company. I don't think she was. The way she was laughing at my candid answers, I don't think she was part of them. But I actually convinced her, or tried to convince her to listen to the show.
Did you?
2 different times. Yeah, I'm like, you ever heard of Rick and Bubba? She's like, well, she asked me if I knew much about if I'd researched about the vaccine. I was like, no, but I listen to a radio show. They've talked about it some. You ever heard of Rick and Bubba? And she's like, no. I said, oh, you ought to check them out. They're on TuneIn. I give her the whole deal, give her the hours, and so. If some lady from Wichita, if some lady from Wichita calls in, maybe it's her.
Okay.
The
That's
Wichita
the way to
lineman.
bring somebody in the
That's the way to take an opportunity, Nate, and try to turn it into pointing somebody to the show.
We need more of that.
We need more of that. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to my knees. All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. So, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Y'all are like me, man. Our audience fell in love with this product, baby. I mean, this has been a hit in Rick and Bubba land. And if you haven't gotten your Raycons yet, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Go there to get your Raycons. These are earbuds, and I love that right there, Bubba. Look, welcome, Rick and Bubba listeners.
I like it.
See, I like that right there. So anyway, and
I love mine.
Hey, advertising here works. Let's just call it, okay? And that's because of you, the audience. So, but if you don't like a product, we can't make you like a product. We can tell you about a product, and we can say, hey, we think it's going to work, but you have to think it's going to work, and you love these. And there's a lot of reason why. Look at them. Look how much better they look than the other brands. Look how less expensive they are, about half what the other brands want you to pay. And how about this? We get you additional 15% off. So go get your Raycons right now, and they're very durable too. That's something I think even Raycon has been surprised at some of your emails about some of the durability levels that these have been able to achieve. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. 45-day happiness guarantee. If inside 45 days something's wrong with yours, they'll replace them or give your money back. So go look for a link to it, rickandbubba.com, right there under the sponsors. So, Speedy, I know y'all talked about this in the kickoff hour, but I understand that if I heard this story right, you lost your keys at a sporting goods store, and Chris Wood, who played Black Friday and also is our Olympic correspondent, helped you find them.
That's accurate.
Okay. Would you like to unpack that for me?
Yeah, and Helmsy has a situation too that had to do with a
Don't
jet
put
ski.
this on me, buddy. I didn't have to deal with Chris Wood.
But yeah,
maybe you needed him.
Yeah, Rick.
I probably wouldn't have wasted 25 minutes and gotten soaking wet if I'd have had him around.
Yeah, you need a Chris Wood in your life, like
we
me.
all do.
But yeah,
Greg,
I ran into Chris Wood. I heard him first. I didn't see him because I heard, "Hey, Speedy," and then I turned around and there he is, and he helped me get through a really long line. But they were working pretty hard. But when you got just a couple of people checking you out,
you got
to deal with it. And I'd been in there for a while, trying to figure out what I needed, and it was for Reese, who was working, so I was trying to do him a favor and get what he needed.
Trying to come through.
But anytime you have sizing issues, you got to call Mama, right? Hey, what's his waist again? Let me dial in on that. Of course, you can't get anybody. And so I was carrying around a number of 5-piece football girdles, which are sliding shorts with pads built in. Now it's kind of what the guys wear, I guess.
Yeah, they do.
And so I was trying to find some of those, and I found myself over just kind of pacing throughout the sporting goods store, waiting for somebody to answer and help me. And I guess when I sat down to try to figure this out, I put my keys down, but I didn't know it. I'm checking out, and I do the padding of the pockets, and I'm like, oh no, where are they? And I tell the guy that's helping check me out, and I'm rushing through this to kind of set it up. But hey, I don't. Can I put my package right here, and I'll be right back? Yeah, set it right here. So then I go walking off, trying to, go through where I was. I'm tracing my steps, and they're nowhere. So I go back up front, and I'm like, good night, where are they? Oh, I must have left the car unlocked because I don't remember carrying them because I don't remember having them.
I hate this when you start going
So I go
through
back
this
out
list.
there. Of course, the truck's locked. I'm like, golly, so that means they're in there.
Are you a fob? Everybody's got a fob.
Yeah, I'm a fob. I'm a fob, but I've got a fob
Friends of Bubba.
to unlock it and lock it and all that, but it takes a key to turn it inside. But that's, it can do both. So Chris Wood was there, and he works there, and we were hanging out while I was in line. While I walked back in, he's like, hey, I thought you were leaving, and so I'm trying to explain to him why I'm back in.
Now Chris Wood's in it.
Now he's in it, and he's like, keys, wait a minute. He's got the little earpiece in where they're all the employees are talking. Hey, I thought I heard something about keys. Somebody, keys, and then he would go,
Is he
keys.
talking that kind of keys?
Yeah, say, hey, well, who's got the keys? Who had keys? And I'm like,
keys.
yeah.
America's got 5 golds.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden I hear cashier, hey, so-and-so, I think he had keys. And it's now keys are, it's just keys, everybody keys. And now here comes the manager. Hey, who had keys? And why so-and-so had keys? So then all of a sudden upstairs, I hear, because it was 2-story,
I got some keys.
you know, and I'm
Oh,
like, good night.
Well, I felt good.
Well, then, so now Chris runs over, and he's like, throw him to me. You know, I'm like, wow, so we're.
Can Chris catch?
Well, I didn't know, but I loved his enthusiasm. Okay, now all of this while having a mask on, I can't really understand what he's saying, but I hear, throw him to me. And I thought he looked him in pretty good. I was like, he called him. He's like, here you go. And so he threw him over to me, and I had to ask the guy before he ran off. I'm like, could you let me know where you found him? Because that's a mystery to me now.
Is your wallet there?
And no, I just used that to purchase the girdles, which, wow, didn't know girdles were that much now.
That's probably why you lost your keys. You're in shock.
Yeah, I think I blacked out. He said they were over in the little camping area, and I had found me a little chair to sit down and wait, and it was a little more comfortable than I wanted, and I just sat there for a while I finally found somebody in the family could answer their phone.
Right.
And then I just forgot I had set them down. Don't know why I had them in my hand.
That's my next question. You don't do pocket keys?
Well, yeah, but I had gym shorts on, so when you go pocket, you go,
wallet,
your little string wasn't tying there. Now I'm low bagging.
Yeah. Well, now you become a plumber.
Yeah. And so I had wallet and one pocket, phone in the other, and I had held my keys for a while. Mm-hmm. So I finally get out of there. But Chris saved the day, because I was about to venture back off into there and just wander around hoping to find keys.
Oh my God!
And I've done that before. It's a terrible feeling. It's been a while, but I've done it before, which is what concerns me the most is I couldn't remember anything about where they could be. I had an idea, and that was concerning, where I had to kind of do a self-evaluation of, hey buddy, you okay? Right. I had no idea where they were.
Do y'all raise your hand if you got a fob? Do y'all? The fobs some of them are extremely large.
Yeah, it seems like they ought to be getting smaller.
So I've got now where my fob, and this is not. I'm not the kind of guy for this. My fobs and my fob and my keys are two separate deals. I don't have my fob on my keys.
You're asking for disaster there, Rick.
I do the same thing.
Two things?
I know. I don't.
Plus a phone and a wallet.
Perfect example.
Mm-hmm. That's what I do.
Mine's all together, but it looks like I work at a filling station.
Well, the problem is when
it really does. You got a lot of keys.
When you have thighs as big as mine.
All right.
But the thing is, when you put a wad of keys in your front pocket that features a fob that has buttons that do all kinds of things.
You'll set alarm off in a minute.
You set your truck off so many times. You're like, you know what?
Right. And your pockets wear out. You get a hole in your pockets. I do.
I'm gonna separate this.
Yeah.
And that way you can get out of your truck, because I don't need those keys.
Yeah.
What I really do, other than coming in here, because now we even have a combination lock on the house where I go in. So what I do, only coming in here are my other keys featured. Mm-hmm. So the rest of my life, I'm just a fob, because I don't have a really key to anything I need to get into other than here.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we're one combination lock here for me. Never need.
Rick, I'll go this far with it,
and
I'm bothered by this. Okay, I have 7 keys. I know what 2 of them are to. The rest of them I have no idea.
You got a color code.
No idea.
You know what? It's funny you said this.
The other 5 are for.
Guess what I did the other day down at the farm? Because then there's farm keys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I can't have all that on one keychain. Because it just. I mean, my gosh, I'm the janitor.
Good night, buddy.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this: I had a key playoff. I would bring a key up and say, if you don't fit in some kind of door, you're out. But then that panic hit me. But there's somewhere that key one time was meaningful.
Yeah.
You're going to eventually need it.
What if I find that place again? What if I get to somebody's?
I know. That's why I won't toss them.
Well, what I've done to reduce keys though is I'm living in the combination lock world.
Yeah, they're game changers. I love it.
Boy, you talking about reducing your keys?
Yeah.
Like all my gates now have combination locks on them. Yeah. No more keys.
No more keys.
See, I'm down to 4 keys. Yeah. But I color code mine so I'll keep up with it.
I have no idea what these 4 are.
Green is for work,
what the color is,
because that's where you make your money at. Yellow is for home, because that's where my sunshine is, my little blonde.
That's so good.
And then blue is for the lake.
You got anything?
Water.
Tie blue to it?
Water.
Yeah.
But is lake water really blue?
It probably
that would have been better for the beach
green, but yeah.
Right.
But that's I don't have anything else to keep up with.
No, that's good.
That fob right there is a dandy.
Y'all ready to?
That is a big fob.
That thing's a weapon.
Wow. That's what I'm talking about.
It's an iPhone.
How about you can hit that little button and the key comes out like a knife? Yeah. There you go.
So now I'm going to go back to this, and this will not
step back, buddy. It's a switch key.
That's good. This will not surprise you.
Stand back. I'm about to crank.
This will not surprise the two of y'all or any of y'all at all who've worked with me long enough and worked with Bubba long enough. Guess how I know the difference in my keys at the farm? Sharpies.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
Can I tell you?
Look, that's Camp House.
Hey, the plastic covers with a color is a game
No,
changer.
I didn't even know about those.
I love them.
I don't even know how you even knew that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know those existed. I kind of did.
I'm gonna get you some.
Would you? Because
Yeah.
I won't get them.
Yeah, I got some.
It's not as good as my Sharpie, I bet.
You know, those Sharpie will wear off. Get on your hands.
Found that out when it rained.
At least you didn't lose the kill switch and push off and have to jump into the water.
Oh, no.
Only to find out when you get to the bank you had it the whole time.
Oh, no.
I love it. So that does sound like me. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. So I know that we're doing a couple of stories that we did in the kickoff hour, but some of you probably weren't around then. So Speedy loses his keys at a sporting goods store, and Chris Wood, Olympic correspondent and the actor best known as playing Black Friday, helped Speedy find them.
Now, is he still the voice of hockey, or was that just a pass?
Adler, is Chris still doing hockey? He is? Okay, still doing hockey.
So he's the voice of the Frozen Blazers.
He's also the voice of the Frozen Blazers.
And had that great call on 16-1.
Yep.
Right up there with Al Michaels with You Believe in Miracles.
Hey, by the way, he brought you up, Greg. He thinks you're up to nothing but trouble.
Oh, wow.
He goes, I see what Greg's trying to do.
Yeah. Okay.
He goes, he's bringing up things.
Yeah,
he's trying
is.
to stir things up, isn't he? I said, well, you know
I'm
Greg.
just throwing him a curve every now and then
Huh?
see if he's prepared.
So Helmsy, you did the standard like we've all done before.
Man,
I think I've lost something, and I'm doing the can't have nothing. And when I fulfill the can't have nothing and cause myself major hassles, I realize I had it all along.
You know,
it was one of those.
It was, and it was.
Oh, that's a terrible thing.
Well, and
but
the
you're so
extremes.
elated that you find it, aren't you? Kind of okay.
No, I was pretty frustrated myself
Were
at this
you?
point.
Okay.
Yeah, I nearly even punished myself and said, "You can't ride it for like an hour."
Right.
Serious business.
Teaching.
At least you didn't knock a hole in it in a rock.
I know.
No, you're right.
So earlier
Bubba.
that morning, and look, I know real bass fishers frown about what I'm about to say.
Uh-oh.
Okay, in July and August, I just feel like it's too hot to put in the bass boat and go that far with it and spend hours out there.
Water's like soup.
Just it is, and so. A lot of times I still get up real early on the weekends. I mean, I'm like Bubba. I can't sleep past a certain time. And so when we're at the lake, it's 6:15, 6:30, everybody's asleep, and it's a great time to be out there, but I don't want to go as far to put bass boat in. So I will jump on the Sea-Doo and fish for a minute. I got a couple of little places I'll go and I'll hit 20 or 30 minutes. I'll come back and give me a cup of coffee. I mean, it's, well, I did that, and all that went fine. And I went in and got me a cup of coffee, and then about 30 minutes to an hour later, people were stirring around the house, and I said, hey, I'm going to go burn some gas on the Sea-Doo. Anybody want to ride with me? And I figured Amanda usually is on board for that. She's like, I'm in. One, she wants to get away from the kids, and two, she just enjoys being out there.
Mm-hmm.
But she even turned
Don't
me
ride
down.
it with a man.
You don't mind wife?
No, not at all.
Snuggling in there to
Not
hang
at all.
on.
Get on here.
And them sharp turns.
Hang on, baby.
Hang
Daddy's
on,
got
honey.
it.
Yep.
Let me give it a little gas. Hang on.
No takers. So I thought, well, I'll go out here by myself. And it's still early. It's still like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
So that's a little later than I thought. Is the water still glass?
Oh, yeah. At this point, it's still, that's exactly. Yeah. So I go down, and the life jacket is on top of the handlebars because that's kind of where I keep it when I'm doing the fishing thing off the Sea-Doo. And so I push off, and I'm like 8 foot, 10 foot, 12 foot, 14 foot. I'm away, and I'm like, where's the kill switch? And so I have put the life jacket on at this point. Okay, I've grabbed it and put it on, and I'm like, where is the kill switch?
You can't even have a kill switch.
And I thought, well, maybe I took it in when I went in a minute ago to get my coffee and set it down.
And now you're mad about that?
Now I'm too far away to where it's not like Daddy's legs are going to get wet and that's it. I'm full-blown swimming at this point.
Now.
And I'm like, golly,
how about a refreshing swim?
Well, that's the way I tried to play it in my mind until this happened. So I get in. And I got my life jacket on. I get in, I get to the bank, and I go in, and I don't tell anybody what I'm doing because I don't want them to think I'm losing my mind. Okay? And I start looking for it in the places. There's only 3 places at my parents' house where I'll stick things, and that's where I go to. And I just happened to look in those 3 areas. The only thing I saw was my key fob and my keys that I showed you a minute ago and some sunglasses. And I thought, I'll grab the sunglasses. That way they'll think this is why I came back in.
So you don't look like an idiot.
So I don't like an idiot. Yeah. So I grabbed the sunglasses. Of course, they probably have noticed that I'm soaking wet and they hadn't said anything.
Right.
So I start walking back. And the whole time I'm walking down there, I'm thinking, where is the kill switch? I've looked in the water. It's got one of those floating things on it. I've looked all over the yard. I've went in the house. I've looked in the little compartment that sometimes we'll put it in on the Sea-Doo. Nothing. I take the life jacket off. It is on the life jacket. But it's up under, it's like up under me on my back, and it's tight. It's like, because the way I had it when I was fishing it was the way I normally would do it is not the same. And so I was wearing it the whole time.
So
the entire time I was out there.
I have a question. So you have a different key and kill switch?
No, it's just a key. It's like a little.
It's like a key fob. Okay, yeah, that's how ours is too.
So what you probably did, what bothers you
So
about
I was wondering how you so you couldn't run it without it.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why I had to jump in and pull it back to shore.
What bothers me about that is you
Had it
made
the
a
whole time.
you made a decision. This is smart to put it on the life jacket in case they end up falling in the water, and all this or whatever.
Yeah.
And you don't remember doing that.
No, I don't. Well, it was already on the life jacket, but I moved. See, I had 2 rod and reels
I
out
got
there,
you.
and I took my life jacket off.
If you'd not done that, you'd been fine.
And I saw that I couldn't reach around the life jacket in order, because if you're going to move to a spot, and where I'm at, it's like 200 yards of fishing that I want to do. And I don't want that chirping sound, the constant when the kill switch is in, it's going to chirp at you. So I don't want to leave it in the whole time.
Right.
And so I'd pull it out, and then I'd fish for a minute, hit a spot for 10 minutes. Then I'd put the kill switch in, and I'd move it like, I don't know, 50 yards, pull it out again. Well, it was the way the rod and reels were sitting there, I had to move what it was hooked up to. Where I normally hook it up to, I hooked it up to the back.
That's
so
where
that
you
I
made a
could,
mistake.
And that's where but I couldn't remember doing that. That was the scary part. Is I didn't remember doing that. And then I put the life jacket on.
You'll get used to it, Hams. Don't worry about it.
I put the life jacket on the whole time. It got hung on like one of the straps. And so when I I didn't feel it in my, like embedding in my back. I just thought it was one of those straps.
Right,
It was just sitting there. The whole time it's dangling in the back. And here I am looking like a good one.
Good night.
I mean, you can't even. I mean, you don't.
So you're saying it gets much worse as you get older?
Oh, you get used
You
to
want
that.
to see the future? It's sitting right over here. I mean, I do things now that I'm just.
That's once, twice a day.
Guys, I do things now that never get mentioned.
I've told
I think
you-
if I mention them to you, you're terrified.
Yeah, I told you guys
I
one
put a
about
string on everything.
looking for my readers that were just pushed up on top of my head, but walking around the house.
Yeah.
The other one I did not tell y'all about, and it happened about a month ago. I was talking on my phone, walking around the house looking for my phone.
Good night. that may be the worst one I've heard.
Yeah.
I
mean, I was I'll tell you what, I don't know. And I said, where's my phone?
Well, Speedy,
that makes my sunglasses on my hat for hours look like nothing.
Yeah.
Speedy is a test case if cell phones will mess you up or not, because he keeps that thing stuck to his head all the time.
Well, I've noticed you try to go to this, start talking to it when you start worried about it a little bit.
I'll go speaker.
I know. Apparently, it's too late.
You know, the Bluetooth thing is fine unless it's just, sometimes y'all feel like it's just the car's just too loud and you can't, I just have to pick it up. I'm like, okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I had somebody.
I like hands-free. I like the hands-free.
I do too. I like it, but sometimes you can't really hear.
Some vehicles don't have a good one.
You're right.
My truck, that Silverado's got a good one.
Yeah, I heard somebody.
They're not going to take it away from you.
The Jeep has a good one.
And people don't complain me on it because a lot of times you'll be talking to someone and they go, God, why don't you get me
But
off
now,
that speaker?"
hey, my old diesel truck, forget it.
Yeah, the ones, the early ones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I did have somebody say the other day, hey, man, what did you do different with your phone? I said, what are you talking about? I was on Bluetooth. Man, yeah, man, it sounds perfect. I said, it's because I'm sitting in traffic. They were like, oh, okay, so you're not letting it eat. I said, nah.
You're not cutting in and out of sale.
No, not letting it eat. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. We got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
So, we wanted to do Olympic updates sooner in the program, the live show. I know a lot of you grab all this content at different times, and we thank you for that. But the live show, goes early a.m., and so Olympic correspondent Chris Wood, Speedy had him on an earlier time, and when he went for the reschedule for installment 2, he asked to be moved back to even later. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said, hey, buddy, because, is this every day, Rick, or every other day we use?
I can't do every day.
I know how you do it.
I can't do every day. I'll burn on it pretty
I didn't
quick.
think you...
Well, there's only 2 weeks of it. I mean, you go every day.
I can't do every day.
3 a week, 2 a week. I don't know.
I can't do every day.
On Friday, I knew we wanted Monday because I'd asked y'all.
Right.
And I said, say, same time? He goes, nah. What about 9? And that's 9 Central.
We go off there at 10.
But let's still compromise every other day.
What about twice a day, morning and late?
No. Because, guys, then I'll start dreading it.
I think we need him during 6
It's only a minute, Rick. It's only a minute.
I know,
you can't dread it too
then you
much.
got to follow. I got to be honest with you, I was dreading a little bit today. Okay,
Sorry, but he can hear all
this. He understands.
There's a lot of news today.
He's a radio professional.
He just heard you say you were dreading this.
No, that's he's got to know. He's got to make me not dread it.
Okay.
All right.
I think Rick dreads the Olympics.
Yeah, I know a little bit. It's not really my thing. But I'll tell you what I like. I like one Christopher Wood, though.
Yep, that's right.
Chris Wood, welcome in for your Olympic update, buddy. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Fired up and ready. Draw back like a flip. Hey, thank you for saving Speedy, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for helping me find my keys, buddy.
No problem, man. No problem.
All right, so Chris, are you ready for our 60-second Olympic update?
Yes, there's plenty to talk about.
Hey, can I tell you, you can take your mask off if you're on the phone.
Chris, did you actually watch the Olympics, or did you just hit a few highlights on Greg? I'm just asking.
Greg, of course I watched the Olympics.
Oh, I'm just asking.
Greg, he's in Tokyo. Don't you think?
It sounds like he's in Tokyo.
Yeah. Christian, we need a good sell, or Rick's really not going to like it.
Boy, Chris, you're on thin ice, pal.
The only thing worse is something that I'm a little bit half and half on is not have good quality. All right, so don't make me struggle now.
Yeah.
As I had to tell Low Talker this weekend. All right, so but, hey, if you're in charge, you got to be louder now.
Yeah.
All right, so all right, so Chris, are you ready, buddy?
I am ready to go.
60 seconds Olympic update with correspondent Chris Wood. Go.
And here's from the latest of the Olympic days from the pandemic delayed Olympics from Tokyo. Team USA had a really rough start, and they lost to France 83-76 this past Sunday. It's their first Olympic loss since 2004, which basically means after 25-game winning streak, they got beat by France. Sad to say. Anyway, more news here. As history was being made, Lee Kiefer won the gold medal in fencing. It's the first ever for Team USA in its history. So surprise there. And also Anastasia Solitic, who's 18 years old, she also won a gold medal in women's taekwondo. So it's also the first ever in Team USA history. A couple of disappointing notes. One beach volleyball was canceled, much to my surprise. And a couple of golfers, Bryson DeChambeau and also John Rahm, was tested positive for COVID-19. So their Olympic run is over.
Chris, I'm sorry.
Chris, we're done, Chris.
The 60 seconds ran out.
Now, who are the golfers again?
Tell me the golfers again.
John Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau.
Okay, better. Okay,
Got it right
much
that
better.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Chris, why was the beach volleyball canceled? What was the deal with that?
One team had a bunch of COVID-19 testers, so they tested positive, so they had to cancel that one. So,
well, they're outdoors, and they're a long way from each other.
Is that the 2-on-2 that we used to see all the time?
They told them to get their pants on and get out of there.
That's right. I tell you what, put your britches on, hit the road.
Chris was really disappointed that was canceled.
Chris, let me ask you this: if we're supposed to follow the science, and I know we've made fun of that for the last year and a half, how are two people playing beach volleyball outside, a total of 4 people with no fans, and they're positioned more than 6 feet from each other, hitting the ball back and forth. Who's going to give anybody COVID? I mean, how is that even possible in the world? What would the surface
look
thing
at basketball,
right?
though.
We
Apparently, the USA team has caught something.
Yeah, right.
What they've got.
They need to test them again. I think they're all sick.
It's a new virus called "Don't Play Hard."
Has anybody told them the Olympics actually have started?
Yeah, they know this isn't the practice.
You know that
games
opening
anymore,
ceremony we had?
I
That
think
means
our
they've
basketball
started.
team is less interested in the Olympics than I am.
Chris, what is the problem with basketball?
Well, there's a couple of factors. Plus, you have a bunch of NBA stars that are representing Team USA, so they're coming off a long but truncated basketball season. So they're very tired, and it shows right there. But they're also, too, like you said, they're disinterested, but I think that they just want to, just take the ball and go home, basically.
Well, Chris, but in all fairness, France has 4 NBA players. 4 of their best players are NBA players. Are they not tired? They didn't look tired.
They look pretty. They've always played this time of year.
Well, there's one thing to point out with Team USA basketball. I mean, they had the lead with 4 minutes to go, so, I mean, there really should be no excuse.
You're right.
Wow.
You're right, Chris. You're right, CW.
Try to bring it in.
What about that fencing?
Chris, yeah, like when I was watching the fencing highlight,
I love fencing.
It's
I
so
was good
weird.
at it. I
That
saw
and
it.
the taekwondo, when the person won and they started doing the Australian swimming coach celebration, you never saw what caused the celebration. It's like all of a sudden the person did something and they start jumping up. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it! And I'm like, I couldn't see what happened. Well, because like if somebody hits a shot, hits a home run,
I guess you have to know the score to know
scores.
when they score.
Yeah, but anyway, so Chris, where are you on did you see the Australian swim coach's reaction? How'd you like that?
I thought it was okay, though.
Did you think it was
He
appropriate?
didn't see it. That's what that means.
So you didn't see it?
Did you see it, Chris?
I saw a little bit of it.
Did you see the Australian coach's response?
You don't even know what we're talking about.
To his swimmer beating the USA
The
favorite.
USA
That was
favorite.
pretty big meet.
Did you see it, Chris?
I only saw it in passing, though. I mean, I was trying to access Olympic highlights. It's kind of tough to do with the strict rules they impose, though.
Understood.
Yeah.
Does
Can we talk about weather? I see where they had to move a bunch of events up because they got a system coming in. So bad weather's going to play. So we had rowing and we had archery and everything else get moved up. Did you see that?
I did not know about it, but I'm not surprised, though.
Okay.
Can I tell you
How
what?
about the men's relay for that gold in swimming? What about that?
How'd you like that?
I didn't get a chance to watch that one.
Well, hey, we got fencing though. We got fencing.
It took me a minute. I got the bit now.
I was.
I got it now.
Rick now wants it every day.
Chris, I hate you missed. You may have missed that coach dancing, but it reminded me of the dance you did when the UAB won 16-1 that time, and you got so excited. It was a lot like that.
I thought that was much better than these Olympic events.
Hey, what'd you think about the cycling? Did you see the big wreck?
Oh, what about that?
They didn't play at all, and they may not play this year, though.
No, cycling.
Cycling, yeah.
Oh, he's back with the Blazers.
Cycling? Oh, I don't watch cycling.
Chris, you're doing Olympic updates. That's part of the Olympics.
I'm back in. Okay.
Chris, we said cover the Olympics, not the sports you like.
Right.
Chris, can I tell you my biggest aggravation? My biggest aggravation of this. I can't. Listen, I'm just saying straight up. I can't live with us continuing to call this the 2020 Olympics.
I know.
It's still in the logo.
I know.
It's still in the logo.
Yeah.
It's not 2020. We cannot call this the 2020 Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 2021. This is not 2020. Right. We can't continue to call it that.
But it's going to mess up the count.
It's like me deciding I think I'll start calling Bubba Ron. I mean, it's not his name.
I'd like him to be Ron.
It's Ron
Chris,
Burgundy.
Rick and Ron.
What'd you think about the water polo team?
I thought they were okay.
Chris Wood, Olympic update specialist.
You have been updated.
Chris is going for the gold himself.
Chris, thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey, and thanks for finding Speedy's key, sort of.
Thanks for getting up early to get on there with us.
Let's move it back a little bit later.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Little Johnny Van Zant there because Bubba, the old friend of the show, Damon Johnson, has been picked up by Leonard Skinner.
How about that?
Skinner picked him up.
Well, he's
a
been
hard
in
guy.
a lot. Rick, he's been in a lot of bands.
Damon Johnson's been on the show many times. He's played Fat Fest. He's played with the world's greatest garage band. He's played with Thin Lizzy, Alice Cooper. He was in various bands.
He's played on tons of records.
I
mean, his resume is incredible.
Brother Kane was an original band he was in.
Look, he's got a power trio that's coming out. I guess he's going to do this before because this is supposedly temporary. Rosington's supposed to be coming back.
Gary Rosington, the only original member in the band now.
Yeah.
Is it hospitalized or getting treatment or what?
He had heart surgery.
Heart surgery.
And
So
Damon's
he
got
survived the plane crash.
I can't think of the name of his trio, but they got a new record coming out.
And then what was that band that Whiskey Falls?
Whiskey Falls.
Damon Johnson was in
that. Was their run in pop country.
Yeah, so we've had all kinds of Damon Johnson stuff, and he's been involved in some things. I'm sure.
Black Star Riders, which is
there's where
basically Thin. That's Thin Lizzy.
What was the one with? Gosh, he was filling in for somebody. It was one of those super groups where there's 3 or 4.
Oh, Damn Yankees.
That's it.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Bingo, Greg. Well done. Yeah, he filled in on that.
Yeah, and I was going to be on their next record, but I think it all got canned or something.
Yeah. So glad you just said canned. But anyway,
I've seen him. I saw him twice in Birmingham. Ted Nugent called him out to play Cat Scratch Fever.
Really?
The Get Ready is his new trio?
Yeah, the Get Ready.
Yeah. Funny story about Damon. I was telling the guys.
He's always plugging.
I started to text him when that story came out. It was pretty early Sunday morning when I read it, and I thought, yeah, rocker, I know he's not up this early, so I didn't want to wake him up.
Well, hopefully you got the different number than Speedy.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up. We need to share numbers because
I was just going to put Freebird.
That's funny.
A while back, about whenever this news about his new group came out, I was like, he'd be a great podcast for the guys because he's had such history with us. So I texted him about a month or so ago that maybe trying to line him up for a Rick and Bubba University podcast. And I sent him a text, nothing. I'm like, he left me on red. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Didn't like that,
so then I copied and pasted and just kind of sent the same thing again a couple of days later. Nothing. And then finally I get a text back. Hey, just want to let you know this is not Damon.
Right.
So apparently, whatever I have a bad number now. He's changed his. So Bubba, before you send him a text, you might want to look at the number I have, and maybe we can.
Maybe Bubba has.
I did one over the weekend on emails before. By the way, the last name Matt Williams and Williams are two completely different names.
Yeah, it is.
And I want to apologize to the Williams I didn't mean to send you the contact for a worship leader since you asked me to help you find one since you didn't. It was Mick Williams that needed the worship leader, not you. And he said, man, I'd love to get involved, but I don't need a worship leader. I said, yeah, I'm sorry. It's different.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry
My
about
bad.
that. But, all right, so right now, you're only allowed to pick one Leonard Skinner song. You can't pick two. I mean, if somebody said, look, this is the only
really?
Leonard Skinner song you can hear, and you're not going to hear any others, and you want to hear it, what is it?
And it can't be Freebird or Sweet Home
No,
Alabama.
it can't.
No, wait a minute. Why are you ruling that
I'm
out?
saying that's just too easy.
Well, no, honestly,
it's the Southern National Anthem, Greg.
But you know what? I wouldn't pick any one of those songs.
You know what I'm picking? I think I'm going to beat you to yours. Tuesday's Gone.
That's mine.
I knew
you
it.
can't pick mine.
Okay. Let me think.
I like Tuesday's Gone. That's my favorite Leonard Skinner song of all time.
I like Don't Ask Me
Simple
No
Man?
Questions.
Simple Man's good. Huh?
Yeah, Don't Ask Me No
Where
Questions.
y'all at on Give Me 3 Steps?
I like it.
Heard it too much.
Heard it too
Well,
much,
but
but I do like it.
Yeah.
If I couldn't go the two that you boycotted, us said we couldn't have,
Well,
then
and
I
that's
would
too
go
easy.
that.
You're really not a fan
know.
if that's the only ones you know.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, if I'm going to hear Freebird, I want live version only.
Oh,
I did not
the
want to
studio
hear
version.
The
They might as
studio
well throw it
version
away.
of Freebird is terrible.
I know.
It's a live. What songs did you want to hear? If it doesn't start like that,
I know
and the piano's not an organ,
Oh,
then I don't want anything to do with it.
You're
So-
right.
So, but what would yours be?
How
How about you got that right? You like that one? Him and Steve Gaines?
I do.
Yeah.
That's a
Forgot
good one.
about that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Rick, I got another
You've
one.
named some dandies there. I mean, it's just hard to get by the big two, though. I mean, that's
See, you know him.
See, I wanted to
gonna
stay
go
in the
big
big
two.
two
changing
as
mine.
well.
I'm changing mine.
Are you okay?
Needle and spoon.
Really?
Boom, down, down, down,
Yeah. Yeah. That was that. But Tuesday's Gone is my number one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
that is a good one.
Yeah. It's a dandy.
What about Call Me the Breeze?
No, I don't like that one.
Yeah, I heard it a
A
lot.
little peppy for me.
Good piano.
Peppy.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Ding, ding, little peppy.
I got you. Rick, I'm not even going to bring
For
up the
some
brick, though.
reason-
If you don't even want to talk about the Ballad of Curtis Lowe, then just leave. Get up and leave.
That's my number two. Okay. That's my number two. That's my number two. Bubba, you of course, look. Bubba sits down. He wants to play Freebird and Sweet Home Alabama.
That's it.
That's classic. And if Bubba said, "I want to hear these encores," he'd want to hear Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and Give Me 3 Steps. That's
Yes.
all he want to hear.
I get
And
that.
and What's Your Name? That's another
What's Your
one.
Name? That's a good one.
I mean, that's an easy one. to go to.
Yep.
Little more straightforward than I thought when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know, didn't know what they were saying.
Did not.
Didn't understand that. But remember, I thought Afternoon Delight was about camping.
Yeah.
Sure.
That Sticks and Stones part, guy. Sparks.
Well,
and light.
that's
It
you gotta
made
be-
perfect
hey,
sense.
you got to build a
They're
campfire
making a campfire.
before it gets dark.
They're
man.
eating a bowl of chili. Campfire chili.
What when you grow up, you realize I was cranking this song in front of my parents.
Yeah.
Did they not pull me off to the side and say, "Hey, you don't want to go out screaming, what's your name?" What's your
I'm not-
name?
I'm not going to go into it. You remember Brewster's example when he got in trouble?
It's one of your favorite moments in intern history. Isn't it?
He's screaming it.
I wish I could have been there for that.
Oh, my God.
So anyway, all right. So Speedy, did you like your Simple Man?
Yeah, I like that.
So Greg,
Is that okay? Unless Greg doesn't want me to like it.
That's a little. I'll give him that. He can have that.
You're Needle in the Spoon.
Yeah, I'm going with Neil.
I'm Tuesday's Gone. You're Simple Man. Bubba is.
I'm Sweet Home.
He's
I
Sweet
gotta
Home
go with
Alabama. What do you?
If he allows that, I'm going
Okay.
Sweet Home.
Okay,
If
all
he
right,
allows it,
that's
I
fine.
am
That's
going
fine.
that.
That's fine. That's a great song.
Their biggest hit.
I love
by
how he goes
far.
if he allows.
I mean, you know.
And if I'd have heard it 14 times less, I'd still be
Yeah,
there.
that's true. It's everywhere you go.
Hey, there was a time when let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and Bubba, you can get the bell out.
I don't have the bell anymore.
Okay, I've been a lot of places. It doesn't matter where you go. I'm
Yep.
not exaggerating.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you go. You can be in the remotest part of Nicaragua.
Yep.
And and they ask you where you're from, and you say Alabama. Oh, Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah.
They always and then they know the song everywhere.
Rick, we've had foreign tennis players stay
Yeah.
with us. The girls from Japan who could not speak English could sing Sweet Home Alabama.
Absolutely, you find it everywhere. I mean, I get up at Greg. I got a Spanish guitar player who's playing. I will film.
That's unbelievable. And it's everywhere. It's international.
Welcome our group from Alabama. And I'm just like, man, he's playing Sweet Home Alabama. Wow, I think. Yeah, so I mean, that's real. You know what I mean when they get the.
Oh yeah.
Hey, buddy, they can go too. Man, they can go. If they
and they're gonna hold that guard real high
because they picked it.
So Damon's gonna have to text us because apparently we have a bad number.
Yeah.
All of us, we're all out.
Me and Speedy both have the same one.
Doggone it.
And it's weird.
It's happened again.
It's a weird email address.
We're getting ghosted.
It has.
It's happened
Dadgummit.
again. Brrr, a little cold over here. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
somewhere far away. All right, so Bubba, as we come back, if I were going to build a box of awesome, I would put Tuesday's Gone in it.
That'd be your base.
That's it. So the this Tuesday's Gone features everything. It has great slide guitar, which I dig, and any song that's opening lyric is Train Roll On.
Yeah,
I mean you know you're off to a good start. But the folks at boxofawesome.com are asking you, what would you have in your box of awesome? They've got some questions there at boxofawesome.com. And then they send you as often as you want or as little as you want. They send you every month or a gift idea. You can send it to someone else, their own box of awesome. And you can surprise them with that. It's free and super easy to sign up, nothing to that. You can skip a month, cancel anytime you want, no hassles. Each box will have about $45 worth of stuff. Now, Rick, what is this stuff? Well, it's based on, what the person that it's going to be sent to, what are the things they like? It's got travel gear, outdoor gear, summer style, some cool clothing, grooming goods, all kinds of stuff. Really, it's a collection that covers every part of your life. But we need to know about you if you're going to receive it or the person, and they then the box of awesome will reflect their interest. It's about $70 worth of stuff every time you send it, guaranteed to be $70 worth for $45. So go to boxofawesome.com for the code Bubba, and we'll get you 20% off that first box. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So charity charge today happening at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Never Thirst, and those are Alabama locations only. Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, coming soon to Oxford. So go out, enjoy delicious food at those Buffalo Wild Wings, and you know what? You're going to be helping Never Thirst, which is a great organization. Funny story from our guest this past weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Dr. Sean Brower was our guest. We talked about his new book, Stand To, Finding Masculine Courage in a Stand-Down World. He also wrote We Became Men and The Huddle, and this is his latest. He sent me a text today talking about one of his sons heard the podcast over the weekend.
Okay.
And he said, yeah, my son heard the podcast. Man, I appreciate you guys having me on. He goes, this was the comment from my son after hearing the podcast or watching it, whichever he did. You know what his comment was? Man, I got to get some of them Tommy John's underwear. There you go. That was the commercial inside the podcast.
That's funny.
So anyway, you'll have to pardon me. I'm going to be a little anxious this week. Big Love's moving back to Starkville on Saturday. And I've tried every way in the world to not be involved in this. I do not like to move people. I have no interest in moving people. I want other people. I'll foot the bill for somebody moving you. I just don't want to be involved in the physical part of the move.
Tell it.
But what has happened is some of his furniture will be moved by other people, and be set in position, and then Sherry will come in, and will take us through a day next Saturday that will seem to go on forever. But because of the meticulous, here's the way things should be. And the problem is there's a few items. First of all, I do want to talk to some of our retail outlets because we went to pick up some other items you need because he's moving into an apartment that he's never lived in for his senior year. Some of you out there need to do a better job. Love you, and I'm glad there's people working. It's good to see people work.
Nice change
of informing these people what your store actually has. That's huge. Okay, if I listen to this employee who, God love her, she's out there working, it's 1,000 degrees. But if I listened to what she said and didn't go look for myself, you would not have sold something. Because there's a little, you know how apartments have these little decks out there.
Yeah.
Some of them. Well, you don't need anything. You just a little table with a couple of chairs out there to have coffee, eat breakfast, do homework. Nothing, just something cheap. And so we asked this person as we walk into the place where these things should be, do you have any outdoor like patio deck type furniture? No. Okay, so no. And then she points in the direction of one table that's sitting over there, saying this is all we have. And of course, it was more than you need for that. But then there were shelves over there that we thankfully walked over to. And it's almost like you ever get that thing where you think you're being punked or you think you're crazy.
Right, I get that
because
a lot.
the person wearing the badge tells you that something's not there that you discover is there.
Mm-hmm.
And you start thinking, well, should we not touch these, or are these meant for someone else, or
Do they really work here?
Are we allowed? Yeah, is this some kind of plant that has come in here pretending to be person working here? I look and there's a box, and it's almost like, and of course you know what I'm looking for: no assembly required. And there's a box, and it has exactly what we're looking for: a tiny little table that sits out on a porch with 2 chairs that unfold to sit by around it. And I'm like, but there's a moment you go, but this person said this wasn't here, but here it is.
Yeah.
And it looks like there's more than one. They actually have a shelf full of the exact item that we were looking for. But yet we were told, don't go over there, it's a waste of your time. If that table right there is not it, that we don't have it. But they had it. And then this is the part that got me, because you know me, I can't let stuff like this go.
Mm-hmm.
And Sherry is doing the thing. Don't do that thing you do.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
Well, you know it's one of two things.
But yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, but again, I can't. I can't. I want to know how this could happen. So I think, well, I'm gonna make it happen naturally. I'm gonna have this big box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put it, making it into a dolly now, onto the substantial moving cart, and I'm gonna move it toward my truck that I've now pulled up right next to the person. And as they see me go by with it, they'll go, "Oh, sorry about that. I guess we did have it." Nothing. Yep, here I go, and I start doing this, and Sherry's pinching. Here I go with that furniture we were looking for. I'm gonna put it in the truck. Hey, Big Love. This is exactly what we were looking for. It was over there on the shelf, where they pointed and said there weren't any. Looks like we found some. Nothing. I mean, the person just looks at me like, there's no response. I'm like, are you not acknowledging that you told us this was not over there, but it was? I mean, it's okay to even say, oh, well, how about that? I guess we do have it. That'd be fine.
Oh, wow, you found something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You know what? How many of those did you see over there? I thought we were out. That'd be great. But there was like no acknowledgement. There was no.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, I think I need to let her know that they actually have it. And she was like, why do you think you have to do that?
Mm-hmm.
I said, it just feels like what if somebody else comes in and they need it too?
Yeah, you need to help inform them, because, Rick,
Yeah.
it's only one or two things. One, they didn't know, or two, they didn't care.
That's really
It's got to
it.
be one
That's
or
really
the other.
it.
Yeah. So finally, I just couldn't. It's like you know how you squirrel. There's no way I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. There's no way I can't do it. Why do you want to get involved in this? Why don't you just put this in the truck and let's go? And I'm like, I can't let it stand. There are tables over there like people like us need. Sherry, good point. So there's another couple that comes in, needs the exact same thing we need today with this person standing right here. Maybe it could happen. And what if they don't get theirs? What if they, like we almost did, went to a different location and it's 1,000 degrees? So I finally had to say, oh, by the way, there's some tables and stuff over there.
Just right over there.
The shelf right there's got exactly what we were looking for. So you do have more than just that table right there. That shelf has got them in a box and no assembly required.
In case anybody would need.
Yeah,
There it is.
Nothing.
Whoop, there it
I
is.
never got a thank you very much. I guess you're right. And it's just like it's almost like, is this person trying to hold them back for a family member? Is this, and now I've got conspiracy theories going because it was so illogical, and it seemed like a simple didn't y'all think that was what was going to happen? Oh. Okay, I didn't realize those boxes over there were exactly what you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I misunderstood what you were saying. Yes, we do have those. So now I'm thinking, what's the and now I wonder, should I have it? Did I leave with something I wasn't supposed to have?
Or was it like a stack of stuff for an employee? I think Bubba said it's one or two. I think it's both.
One thing it's going to start with the big lift kit.
Yeah, I think it's both. Bubba said it's one of two things. It's both things. They didn't know and they don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of what I was afraid of.
Yeah.
But understand, and I'll have updates. You'll see me get more anxious as we get to the end of the week.
Oh, yeah.
So there's going to be a few things that Sherry and I have to move together, and we are a terrible team. Sherry and I are a great team for some things. Yeah. Moving stuff into or out of a place, we're the worst team on the planet, and it always leads to the silent treatment, and I end up getting in trouble every time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Uh-huh. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So many riffs.
Another good one.
So many riffs. As we make our way back, golden ticket seats today. If your name is Fournier, say hey. The Fourniers are here. Joseph, Amelia, Timmy, Jonathan, Melissa. A birthday is coming for Daddy. Birthday coming up, Daniel Fournier. It's funny. His wife was discussing. She thinks that Daniel listens to the show too much. She says, I don't mind. I like the show. She said, but I think my husband, all things in moderation. Is it possible to overdo the show, though?
I don't think so.
I don't
No.
think I don't think. Think about it. I mean,
that's like saying too healthy.
All right, let's ask this question.
Too rich.
Yeah, you're right. He's too wonderful. So, do you have a good husband? Is he a great father? Kids? Okay. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Enough said.
Thank y'all for being here, Fourniers. What a great time we've had with you guys today. And you take home a pound of delicious BuzzBox coffee. Thank you so much for being here today. Well, Bubba, breaking news.
Yeah, it looks like Texas and Oklahoma, it's been much speculated, Rick, but they have made it official. They are not going to renew with the Big 12. Now, this has to do with the renewing of their grants of media rights, not meteorites, following the expiration of the 2025 year. The schools held a joint press conference to make that announcement.
So because I'm trying to remember all the names. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Big 12 only had 10 teams.
That's correct.
Right? Currently.
Or 14.
Before this.
Or were they 14 or 10?
The Big 10 had 14.
No, this is the Big 12.
I know, but he's running the gamut of the conferences and what.
Big 10 has 14. Big 12 has 10.
Is that right? I know it's not 12.
I think that's the Big 10. I know have 14 teams. The Big 12, I don't know how many teams, but I don't think it's 12.
Yeah,
right.
I remember that. I remember neither one of those numbers working.
Yeah, I do think it's 10.
I have a suggestion for conferences. We get away from geographic things and we get away from numbers because apparently that ain't gonna matter anymore.
Yeah, the Big 12 has 10.
All right, so now they have 8.
Yep,
correct.
They will,
They will when all this runs out.
Now,
these contracts.
This was probably one of the best kept secret in sports up to media days when all this first started coming out. But this is the first thing they have to do before they can apply for membership in the Southeastern Conference. So they're they're checking the boxes in order for the rumors apparently that
this is
we
a big
heard
check
to be true.
Yeah.
That the Texas and Oklahoma is headed to the SEC.
So step one,
it just means more.
It just means more.
It means more now.
But that will not happen till after 2025, right?
Well, that's what their current contracts and agreements are in place. But now, that being said, there's probably some buyouts, and you could probably put this thing on some. I don't think it'll happen this year or next, but you could probably fast track it to 2023.
Will the Big 12 collapse after this?
That's
and
another
if they
good
do,
question
they're
is-
out
is
because
what-
they won't be held obligated. Will another conference form to fill its place?
Or will they grab 2 others from another conference to fill? I don't know.
Oh, here's an idea. Go get 4 and get back to 12.
Thank you. And that may be what happens.
Come on, man.
I mean, this may be a chance for the Jack State Gamecocks to make a move.
It is. Well, you remember Bubba and I were discussing. You remember the Southwest?
I don't. I don't. No, I do
Arkansas,
not.
Texas, and all
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
yeah,
a
all
lot
the
of these
Texas schools, Arkansas is in it.
Yeah. So, and when Arkansas went to the SEC,
and A&M,
everybody started
Blew it up.
shifting.
Yeah.
It fell apart. It just fell apart. And then the Big 12 was the beneficiary of some of that, and the SEC the other.
So probably, I mean, if you're the Big 12, and you were a Big 5, you probably just try to. Please go get 4
Well, in
teams.
Nebraska, they went to the Big whatever.
10. They're in the Big 10.
But y'all, this is
Who
so
has
ridiculous.
14
We
teams.
got to get
Yeah.
these numbers right here.
Or change the name.
Yeah, just.
I mean, if you're the Big 10 and you got
Be
14
the
teams,
Pineapple Conference
be
or something.
Be
you
the
know?
Big 14.
Well, don't state a number because that ties
it
you
may
down.
change. It may change. You're right.
Or really geographically, because obviously that's not the
Just
case
call
anymore.
yourself something like Crusaders or Guardians.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Well, it's hard to replace those 2 biggies, though.
It is.
My goodness.
I mean, what
Texas
other?
and Oklahoma? I mean,
you're going to have to get out of the Power 5 to bring teams in, and who are those teams that are
ready to make that jump?
Yeah. I mean, I
you
don't know
got
the
Jack
answer.
State.
There's them.
You got Troy.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of the whole shift.
Nebraska now in the Big Ten, and then what's weird is like Iowa
hurt when Nebraska
Iowa State's in the Big 12, but Iowa's in the Big 10. I mean, you're gonna have to start really trying to pull people from other.
You're gonna have to look at these like Sun Belt Conference. Is it Arkansas State? Is it? I mean, I don't know. I'm just. Is it somebody out west that's currently sitting? Like a Boise.
Houston.
I don't know.
Houston. There's
Houston
a lot
will be a good
of
one.
schools in Texas.
What about SMU? Where are they at these days?
Yeah, I think they're in the same one Houston is.
Because they've
Is
come
that
along.
The American something?
Yeah, American football.
What if you grabbed SMU and Houston? So now you're back to 10.
Yeah,
and that wouldn't be bad.
If you could grab SMU and Houston, and then grab
lure Nebraska,
lure 2 out of the Big 10, you may have you something.
Bring Nebraska back. They got to come back.
Bring Nebraska back, and maybe add. I don't know. Purdue. Illinois.
Here's the thing, though.
I'm
just trying to add another decent team, Rick. Indiana.
I assume the SEC has taken a straw poll vote.
Was that what you were going for?
Yeah, I can spit it out, man.
Wow.
Stropo.
It's. I thought you would say Stroh's beer.
I think it's since COVID. I think this is a hangover.
No, you're right. No. I've got one that I'm not sure
because Texas A&M is going to be anti this.
Yeah.
They do not want to share the spotlight with Texas.
And I know you said that.
And right now they're at they've really built up.
We keep saying that about Texas A&M, but how do the other teams feel about it? Like deep down, how does Florida feel about it? How's Auburn, Alabama? I mean, Tennessee. It's going to affect them greatly too. And now, if you're in the administration, it's going to affect you greatly financially.
Oh yeah.
So that's a good thing. But how are these coaches feeling about this?
So what happens? You have A&M say, "Well, why don't we bring Clemson in?" And then South Carolina goes, "We don't want that." So they're like, "Well, you help us, we'll help you."
Yeah.
But I assume by them going this far, they've already got what they need.
Well, I heard somebody. I don't know whether this number is accurate or not, but they were talking about just the money that Oklahoma and Texas will receive every year in the SEC.
But don't they already get a lot?
Yeah, but they said that the SEC's number is like $30 million more than what they get.
But their revenue, the endowments, Texas is number one of anybody, and number 2 is Texas A&M.
But as far as from the conference, they said the SEC would give you $30 million.
They broke
more.
that down.
That's more money from
double.
That's more
even
money
splitting
from,
it amongst 2 more teams
from basketball too. They both usually have pretty good teams. So that.
Do you think A&M eventually will go, hey, listen, we realize we're going to lose this deal, and they're coming, so just don't put us in the same division?
Yeah.
That could be
well, how are you not going to have them in
I
the
agree.
West?
Geographically, you can't. Geographically, they have to be in the same division.
That really is going to have a lot of influence on is Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah. They may have to move them to the old East.
They look to the ones that will get moved.
Yeah. They really ought to be on that side anyway.
I know LSU's voting for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, send them on.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
And there's probably a Florida and Tennessee going, no, we don't want them. Georgia, no.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick